Alright, so here we are. You get quickly to your feet. You've not been discovered, but you should not wait any longer. Low stamina. I'm gonna pray. Since I can't recover stamina in any way besides praying, I basically need to pray on cooldown in order to not die to trembling sickness. Which, some BS, by the way, trembling sickness. Magical healing didn't even fix it. The worst. Alright, into the square. You emerge from the alley into the edge of the main square. It is early morning. Trembling sickness, yeah, absolutely. It's probably not present in my items, but I am afflicted by trembling sickness, which I have discovered means that I cannot gain stamina back. Like, eating doesn't get me stamina, sleeping doesn't get me stamina. The only way I've discovered to get stamina back is by praying. Although, the magical potion I drank did restore my stamina, but it also didn't heal me, which is mega awkward. There was, the dude at the stocks. How'd I manage to get the shakes? Wow. I don't know. It's a mystery. I just know that at some point I acquired it without any real indication as to where or how. So that's no good either. You think the robes gave me the sickness? The robes gave me fleas. But I don't know that the robes gave me the disease. That's not actually clear one way or the other. Fleas do carry disease. Oh yeah, so maybe it was the robes. Shouldn't have worn robes. Robes were a mistake. Well, I'm not rewinding far back enough that I don't put on the robes. That seems like a different mistake. I'm not particularly down with the sickness. No, I would like the sickness to not be around. I'm opposed to the sickness. I am anti-sickness. Roll for tuberculosis, apparently. I guess I crit failed my roll to resist disease. So where are we going? We're not just going straight into the Archmage's Tower, are we? Like this... It sure didn't work last time, but we know why it didn't work last time. So maybe we can adjust my approach and do things differently enough that it does work this time. Maybe. Maybe not, I don't know. I mean, I guess we could just go exploring and find out if there's a better way in than just walking up. Which I believe we have learned left me a little exposed. The Archmage knew I was coming at some point. I don't know when the Archmage knew I was coming. I don't know what actions I took that made the Archmage aware of my approach. But the Archmage was not aware of my approach for much of my approach. Like, at this point, the Archmage still doesn't know I'm around. But we only find out that the Archmage knows about us during sleeps. And it seems unlikely. I mean, I guess growing a giant tower next to his tower in order to get to the top was fairly obvious. So maybe that's what gave it away? I mean, among all the other things we did just sort of walking up, we had a lot of options. I don't know that any of them went well. So we should try and find a more secretive way in. Which means maybe exploring like this left side or right side to see if there's a tunnel that goes into the tower. That would be nice. Then we don't have to deal with all the guards out front. Maybe let's try that. Probably gave me away. You think so? Okay, okay. Alright. Let's dive in on the right side and see if we can accomplish anything over here. The east side, I suppose. The buildings on the eastern edge are a little more ramshackle. An arc leads to another, smaller yard. An alley runs past it. A pillory sits to the north here. The air stirs a little, still cold, but fresh. Look at the arch. You peer over at the archway. A few merchants go this way and that into the building. Some kind of market, perhaps? Alright, the alley. Glancing down the alley, you see a distant touch of smoke. Some kind of fire? They appear to be asking me many questions. A prisoner stoops, half asleep inside the stocks. You could cross the square or explore the fringes. We did, investigate the pillory last time. There is a statue of the Archmage here, wearing the crown, which should have tipped us off. Oh, there was a thing that I wanted to... after the stream, I kind of thought about it. During our initial conversation with the Archmage, I think I should have assumed that, gaslighting or not, I was under the influence of the crown from the moment the Archmage saw me. Which meant that regardless of the actions I take, my thought processes and actions were not my own. Which would make him exceptionally good at gaslighting me, given that that's the approach he decided to take. But like, no matter what I did at that point, I think I was screwed. I think there was no way out of it. By virtue of him seeing me enter the room without any kind of immunity to the crown, we were just immediately done for. There was actually no way to fight that. So picking up the Minimite definitely feels like a good idea. And maybe not chucking the Minimite out the window this time. Lots of options. Mostly bad options, but lots of options. Alright, let's continue exploring over here. What is this way? You enter an alley littered with refuse. Buildings either side are leaning or collapsed. Oh. Hello, Red Eyes. In the dim half-light, you nearly trip over two men who are leaning against a wall. They straighten and turn to you. Seems we have a visitor, one says. His eyes are closed, and so are his comrades. Two men. This is two men? This looks like three men. What? His eyes are closed, and so are his comrades. These are deadly red eyes of Kare, whose very gaze can burn. Brother, one greets you, nodding. What are you doing so far from Kare? We are wandering, brother, the man replies. A moment later, you hear the crunch of footsteps. There is another now standing behind you. Ah, so there are three. Okay. You raise a hand in wordless blessing. Wordless blessing. I'm very good at words. The sightless creature nods its head in reply. F.A. be with you too, the creature replies, and stands aside. You continue along the road. A lane leads off. A few clouds scud across the sky. Your camel scuds across the desert sands. Looking down the lane, you see a large tavern, but it appears to be closed at the moment. Time to continue. Well then. Continue we shall. You follow the road to a junction where a collection of nestled, winding alleys lead away. As the sun climbs towards its zenith, the winds blowing between the buildings pick up a little. Peering down them hints at a maze of twisting paths and shadowy nooks. There's a small fire here, which a few figures sit glumly around. The alleys are a rat's nest of buildings and winding streets. They seem to go on forever, yet curve immediately away out of sight. Do they? How do they do both of those things? The buildings surrounding you are old and poorly built, in stark contrast to the martial efficiency of the rest of Montpang. I see. We found the slums of Montpang. Most are sagging and leaning, but you can see shadows moving in the windows. Despite the grim setting, people still live here. A rat scurries over your foot, then stands nearby, boldly staring. Can I talk to the rat? Ooh, we cannot cast Sus, but we might be able to talk to the rat. Pulling out the green wig, you put it on and cast the spell. Hello there, the rat says. Alright. What are the dangers of the alleys? Lots of nasty types hiding in there, he says. And some of the old buildings are dangerous. Plus you might be stepped on. Well, actually, never mind about that last one. What's on the other side? Of the alleys? More the same, shrugs the rat. Mud and stone. What is it like being a rat? He sighs. Everything smells terrible, but it also tastes delicious. Evens it out, I suppose. Best be off before those blokes catch me for their dinner. He scampers off into a hole. Fascinating. Well, good conversation, I suppose. Thank you, Mr. Rat. The people gathered here have a cluster of tents to one side, along with packs of gear. A small fire burns in a dugout pit, and they sit around, chatting over a bubbling stew. You approach the fire and are invited to sit down. Oh, nice. The fire. I'm sure they're very nice people. The people around the fire are all friendly enough and in good humor, dressed in shabby clothes. I need a fascinating button? I probably do. I use that word a lot. Greetings. Greetings yourself, she replies, laughing, jerking her thumb at you for the benefit of the others around here. What is this place? This is the backside of Mampang, she cries, and the others laugh. Do you live here? If you could call it that, she shrugs. We're working, really. We're treasure hunters. I do not see much treasure, you say. Ha! Good one. It's in the alleys here, hidden in the loops. It's hard living, because you never know where to look. What loops? The alleys are enchanted. Cursed, more like. The paths wander, or maybe it's the buildings. All I know is that you find a garden one day, then walk the same route the next and stumble into a temple instead. The eyeless god himself couldn't navigate this place. But people live in there. How do they survive? It's only a few. Even then, luck, I'm guessing. Or instinct. Like a pigeon has. The ones that are born in the alleys seem able to find their ways in and out again. Do you know your way around the city? We're all the best gutter rats the city has to offer, she replies. We can get from anywhere to anywhere in this place. So how does one enter the central tower? Ah, she laughs. You just stroll up and knock on the door. The guards will let you in. You are joking. Not joking, she smiles. The guards will be more than happy for you to get yourself killed going up the Throbin steps as to do it themselves. The hunter pokes you in the arm. What about you? Who by Gred are you? I'm just a traveler. She laughs. Mampang doesn't get travelers. Unless something's changed around here. So the alleys are dangerous. And apparently we just die walking up the Throbin steps. Unless we have some particular spells, I suspect. One of which is invisibility. The Throbin steps, presumably, are the steps leading up to the Throbin doors. If I had to guess. So if we look at the clues, we know something about the Throbin doors. The central tower of the Archmage is guarded by the fearsome Throbin doors. Though, and also this message, right? Third spell, that's something, the Throbin doors, is Spell of Invisibility. Which, I guess if we actually need the Spell of Invisibility in order to do this, then we need to find a green ring? I think it's a green ring that lets us cast Invisibility. Are the alleys dangerous? Oh yes! First off, you'll probably get lost and starve to death. Otherwise, there's no telling what'll appear. Why, Kelman over there once ran in straight into a dragon. Next day, of course, he didn't. Anything else? A few old treasure hunters get stuck and lost. Probably caught by whatever shifts around the alleys themselves. They're quite mad, so keep your sword handy. Can I hire a guide? You can pay someone. They'll lead you in and run you through. Not worth the trouble or the expense if you're asking me. The treasure hunter picks her teeth. Look, good luck to you if you go that way, but I wouldn't. Now, off you get. You get to your feet. Well, I guess we're done here. I wonder if I can howl my way through the alleys. I might be able to. That would be nice. Can I howl immediately? I can. I like the idea of casting howl. I don't like the idea of casting howl. I changed my mind. What else can I cast here? Those alleys make 0 sense. Well, yes. That appears to be the case. I could pop. Whoa, we can cast Purr! Huh. Reaching up to the stars, you create the magic and a flood of cats spill forth. There must be at least 50, and they crowd around your legs, rubbing against your legs and meowing. The noise is quite deafening. Hello, kittens. You pick one up. It seems like a real cat. Has it been summoned from elsewhere, or created in its totality? And the cats are varied, as one would expect from real cats. Some are mackerel tabbies, while others are jet black or wiry and brown. Tickle them? Why is this my option? Alright, sure, we'll tickle some cats. Apparently, they're not into it. You tickle the cat and it squirms over onto its back, throwing short legs up into the air and pedaling them. The cat in your arms scratches you, so you drop it again. You try to shoo the cats, but there are too many of them, and they simply circle about, avoiding your waving arms. Well, okay. You decide to ignore the cats and move onwards, but you can barely take a step without the furry creatures grabbing onto your tunic, digging 100 claws into your flesh. Cancel the spell, I guess? You try to cancel the spell, but cannot seem to find it anymore. It is as though the magic has been distributed across all the cats, and now can no longer be shaped. If you could herd them into one place, maybe you could do something with them. But that would be surely impossible. Well, we do know that herding cats is not an easy proposition. Wait. You resign yourself to waiting. The spell is surprisingly tenacious. Tenacious? Excuse you. But the cats themselves begin to get bored. They eventually disappear into the nooks and crannies of the back alleys. The rat population is in for a surprise. Wow. Well, that was delightful. Not helpful, but delightful. We could cast Farsight. That's generally been helpful before. You settle into a sitting position on the ground and take out the orb of crystal. You weave the constellations into a pattern around you, and suddenly you find yourself somewhere quite new. You see yourself standing in front of a large bronze dome. The glare of the setting sun glints off its right side. Imagine man emerges from inside, raising a hand in a salute of greeting. The vision fades. Alright. Well, I've found a new clue. Have I? What clue did I find? I don't think I found a clue. None of these things seem like updated clues. Well, I don't have a new clue. What new clue might I have found? I guess the vision of the future? Alright, so the alleys seem exceptionally dangerous. Is there any place that looks like it would be a golden dome? Literally the only place in the city that seems like it... Oh, wait. This might be a golden dome. I was gonna say this one seems like the only place that's a golden dome. But, this might be it also. If I'm going to believe the vision that I've seen. Why is this open? That's so weird. Yeah, there's a lot of things on the map. There's a lot of places to go around here. I was kind of thinking maybe we'd find some way to, like, tunnel under here. Like, maybe by going over here we can just enter the tower without walking up the Throbin steps. But, we definitely seem like we're being funneled towards Throbin steps things. Which, okay, I guess that's a way to play the game. Is Purr in my spellbook? Oh, I don't know. No, it's not. We know that it's a spell, but it is not in the spellbook, I don't think. Wait, was that? Ah, Sob is. That's cool. All of the various teeth spells. Gob, yob, sob. Oh, I'm out of teeth. Rough. It doesn't list Zob, but then again, we don't know what Zob does. And we never will, presumably. The 6 most useful spells. We haven't really gotten any value out of Dumb. Or Wall, for that matter. Interesting. Hey, Waffles, how's it going? I think I'm going to continue heading out this way and seeing if there's cool things over there. You pass by the alleys and follow the road as it head towards the rising wall of Mompang. After a while, the path opens out into a stony clearing. Guards walk this way and that across the space. The flagstones of this square are smoothed and worn as though by torrential rain. Aglet? What is aglet? I don't think that's a word, Lunar Waffles. If it is a word, it's not one I'm familiar with. Have I used those 6 spells? I've used 4 of them somewhat extensively. I've used like 3 of them with any kind of regularity. And then I've used one of them like once. And then the other 2 I haven't used at all. The plastic ends of a shoelace. Are they? Okay, if you say so. Across the square is a low wall, set with a door. The guards do not seem to be guarding it, but none are going anywhere near it either. The people in the square are moving this way and that, seemingly without purpose. They all seem quite concerned and busy, however. You could elbow your way through the strange crowds filling the square. Okay. You cross into the middle of the small square. Guards move this way and that across the flagstones. The sun is blistering hot now. In one corner of the square is a tent from which rich smells are rising. Ooh. I like food. The food cellar is a low tent with a cooking stove. A few of the square's wandering populace pause by it to eat before continuing on their endless circuits. This is not a good place to hang around. I see. How much does food cost? The sun has reached its highest point now. You approach the small kitchen. To one side, a long table is crowded with people eating their meals. The chef bustles through the kitchen. Hungry? He says. The Meadow ones use the same name. Good to know. Oh, good to know. I don't know that I'll ever use that information, but thank you. It seems the cook is serving boiled tortoise for 11 gold. That's a lot of gold. The meat is served in half of a shell, which is mottled from the heat. You ask about the boiled tortoise. You would not believe how hard these are to catch. They only come out at night, so I have to fumble around in the grass looking for them. Half the time I end up stepping on them by accident. Still kills them, so I shouldn't complain. You attract the attention of the chef. Yes, he demands. You want to eat? You're already forgetting this trivia. Good job, Cryptomancer. What are all the people here doing? Here? Eating. Out of the square, you mean? They're waiting. Waiting for what? To be needed. If you watch long enough, you'll see him being called away. What lies beyond the east wall? The chef seems to shiver. Magic, and lots of it. It's wading from the shallows into a lake. Don't go. What is this part of the city? The Eastern Square, he replies. But it's more like a holding pen. You ask a lot of questions, the chef observes through narrowed eyes. Must make you hungry. He waves a hand at his stove. Something to eat? Not at 11 gold. You decide against eating. The chef shrugs. Suit yourself, he says. Back into the square. As you return to the middle of the small square, guards patrol the area. As you walk, you become aware of 3 spindly figures staring in your direction. Sight Masters. Is that bad? The large eyes are a sure giveaway. They're Sight Masters, like the one you encountered in the barracks. Except these are out of uniform and dressed in casual clothing. What are they doing so far from home? One beckons you over. Are they gonna betray me like that other Sight Master did? You approach, warily recalling the corruption of the Sightmaster in the outer yards. Their leader leans into you and whispers, Annalander? Oh, I recognize you, of course, despite the robe. How could I not? Our great journeyman. But surely it is dangerous for one such as you to be wandering the fortress. Guards will think you're a spy. Aglets were also the predecessor to buttons. Aren't those eyelets? Like the little holes that you thread stuff through? Or are you talking about something else? I guess you're talking about something else. The thing that, like, wraps the end of the string so that it doesn't fray? Loops and toggles. Oh, sure. Are we calling those aglets? That's a different thing from the thing that Waffles was talking about, though. I don't know, man. How did you get here? How do you think, she replies. The eagles are here. They're waiting for you to do your job and not get caught. Her companion produces a heavy, scratchy-looking coat, held together by thick ties. Put this on, she hisses. It's a cloak of disguise. Excuse me? You've never seen such a cloak before. It seems remarkably bulky for a cloak of disguise. It's made from gold crest feathers, one of the Sightmaster says. It will make you invisible. This is really suspicious. But at the same time, the game has done this before. They were status symbols? Okay, whatever. The Sightmaster with the cloak pushes it at you. Wear it! Do I think they're trustworthy? They're weird. I mean, okay, I guess. Thankful for allies, you accept the coat. You place your pack down as the Sightmaster drapes it around you. She cinches the ties. The fit is rather uncomfortable. Nope. Okay, it was in fact a problem. As usual, as expected. Looser, pray, you say. Oh, don't worry, the Sightmaster replies. You'll get used to it. As she speaks, the coat gets tighter. Why do I ever believe that anything could possibly be beneficial for me? You struggle, trying to remove the coat, but the ties will not come undone. Now, says the Sightmaster with a grin, this wouldn't be much of a holding coat if you could wriggle out of it. The coat's grip tightens again. You can barely breathe now. The coat is tightening further. You do not have much time. Well, if I cast a spell... Oh, okay. You cannot cast anything. The coat has pinned your arms to your sides. You hear a bone in your chest crack under the pressure. Oh, that seems bad. You must escape! I cannot pray. How am I gonna draw my sword? None of these are gonna work. I'm already dead. I'm already dead. There's no way I'm not already dead yet. Ah, convenient. You leap at one of the Sightmasters, bowling him over. The two of you fall in the dust. With your arms pinned, you can't wrestle, so you sit on his chest. In desperation, he clumsily strikes out with a dagger. But he misses your flesh, cutting the ties of the coat instead. Realizing his mistake, he rolls away as you scramble up. Oh my god. You throw off the cursed item and breathe deeply, but there is no time to enjoy the sensation of being able to breathe once more. The Sightmasters have all snapped their weapons out. It'll be 3 against 1, and these are Analand's most highly trained warriors. Like this'll work! Oh my god, this is so stupid. Why is this happening? Ambushed. Ambushed by agents of the Archmage that he has subverted. That crown, man, it's such a problem. Like, do I just attack? That kind of sucks. In the name of the king, sheath your blades? That's never gonna work. Well, the game has surprised me before. In the name of the king, sheath your weapons, you hiss. The sight masters laugh with their cruel, empty voices. Something terrible has happened to these creatures. The king is a tortoise lying belly up, and Mompang is an eagle. Alright, what spells are available to me? I could zap them. What does zap counter? Zap counters Zen. Not helpful. We could walk, which we do know what that counters. The shield counters Raz. Walk counters Raz. We could try and turn them to stone. That might solve this problem. Oh, I like Zap here. That seems maybe better than any of the other options. You cast the enchantment, and one of the Sightmasters slows to a crawl. His companions gape at his condition, allowing you to dash in for a blow. He cannot even lift his sword in time before you cut him down. The two remaining Sightmasters grow cautious, now that you've shown yourself to be a threat. Strangely, the guards in the square are paying no heed to the bloodshed. Well, that's nice. You keep your eyes on them as they circle, hoping to flank you, but you are too clever to let down your guard. Impatient, one darts in to attack. Wow! They are indeed strong warriors! Holy hell! Bad news! Summon live journal. Alright, I guess we fightin'. Well, at least try again still works for combat. So we can just kind of play around for a bit and get a sense of what he's gonna do. Ah, well. First defend seems like a good idea. The Sightmaster steps over his fallen comrades. You drop into a defensive crouch immediately. A Sightmaster is not to be trifled with. The Sightmaster comes in with his strongest, most forceful attack. You escape mostly uninjured. He turns along the ground, holding his sword easily. That is a tell of some kind. Probably like a medium attack. Ah, it's a very tiny attack. Time to attack. You swing your sword fast in towards his chest, but his own move is fast and careful. He is able to parry the very worst of the strike. You send him staggering, knocking over a cart. He picks himself up, keeping careful watch on you. No tell. Unfortunate. You drop yourself into a crouch as he powers forward with a cry. It only tires him out. You're largely unhurt. Once again, no tell. But we can just be higher than that was. Acting quickly, you rush forward with a deep, heavy slash, overwhelming his own cut. The Sightmaster is panting. You'll die for what you've done, he shouts. His eyes follow your shoulders. That's probably a small attack, right? That feels kind of defensive. Full defense. Okay. Cleverly, you read his intent and attack. You slash violently across his chest. But the impact clangs against his guard, and you only lay a minor wound. He shouts with bloodlust. His breath begins to heave. He's struggling to stay upright, his training deserting him. He feints left. I don't know what that means. A small attack. Okay. You whip up your guard. His light blow sails over your head. You escape mostly unharmed. You see his arm grow tense. He's readying for a strong attack. How strong? Stronger than I can handle. You hold firm and keep up your defense as he attempts a strong stroke. He twists along the cobbles, gripping his blade loosely. Is that the same as this one? Which was a very small attack? Oh, that's a full defense, huh? Well, he's dead anyway. 4 stamina loss. No, we'll try that again. We still have to full defend. Oh, that's convenient. His eyes follow your shoulders. That was a full defense last time. No tell. No tell was a small attack last time, not a medium attack. Oh, maybe a medium attack. I think no tell was a medium attack. Apparently no tell is a monster. This was holding his sword easily. Holding his sword easily. That was... I don't know if that was like a medium attack or if that was full defense. Let's try hitting him. Okay. No tell. We have no idea what that means. Apparently just barely more than I can attack. His guard is coming up, conserving his energy so that his next strike can be stronger. Okay, so he's going to fully defend. Strong attack, we have to defend. We just can't fight him when he attacks strongly. Watches your footwork closely. That's like watching your shoulder. I think that was like a small attack. Or full defense, I guess. Preparation for a great effort. Nope, we probably can't. Oh, we could have. Readying a defense. Well, sure. Preparing to strike hard. How hard? Not hard enough. That was miserable. Try again. So he either is doing full attack, like all the way attack, or full defense. Bad news. Holding his sword easily. Small attack or defense. Cool. He feints left. Oh, what was this? Small attack, I think? Yep. He is readying for a strong attack. I don't think 8.1 will stop it. It will not. It only tires him out. Cool. So now we can do... This is no tell, but it's not going to be a huge attack. Ah, apparently it's a defense. Great. The Archmage prefers you alive, but I would rather kill you myself, he growls. You see his grip tighten as he readies himself to strike again. He'll definitely beat my 5.2. Oh, he won't, apparently. What have I done that you're going to get me for it? We can do this better than 4, for sure. Disappointing. Readying himself for a strong attack. So I have to fully block. No tell. Which we have no idea what that means. So we should defend again? Ugh. Eyes follow your shoulders was a small attack. Or a defense, I guess. No tell. Small attack. No tell. Medium attack. Great effort. Defend. Holding his sword easily. We've determined that's a full defense, right? No, that's a small attack. 3.1. Feints left. I think that's also a full defense. Nope, small attack. Well, if he does higher than me, we die. So let's try again. Yeah, I just have to defend there. Strong attack, we have to defend. Eyes follow your shoulders was defensive, but it might be like a small attack. Holding a sword easily is defensive, but it might be a small attack. Feints left is defensive, but it might be a small attack. Preparation for a great effort. Do I think 8.2 is higher than he can give me? No. He attempts a strong stroke again. Okay, no tell though. But we can beat it because it was huge. Great. Alright, I'll take that. 2 Sightmasters now lie dead. Your magic and strength too much for them. The third, terrified, drops his weapon and flees into the alleys. You root through their pockets, finding a little gold and some food. You also find a crumpled parchment in the coat of one of the sightmasters. Absolutely take it. Unfurling the parchment, you are surprised to find it is a charcoal sketch. You recognize it as a view from the top of the Shamutanti wall, looking inwards over Analand. You can even see your own tent just beside the passage. At the top of the sketch, a fine hand is written, "One day." The crowds of the square barely noticed your fight, and those that did hurried past it. You continue on before anyone who might take an interest arrives. This is not a good place to hang around. Alright, let's head to the door. You make your way to the far wall, into which is set a low door. You turn to see that the guards in the square have noticed you, but your disguise appears to reassure them. You are not stopped. You feel an incredible energy rising from behind the door, as though something was chained there. How disastrous is this? You try the door. It's merely latched against the wind and not locked. Well then. You step through the door into a curiously quiet area of stone. Low towers rise from a dark pool of icy-looking water, with paths snaking across it from one place to another. The whole place is worn and ruined. What is this place? It looks like no part of Mompang you've yet encountered. The air itself is somehow different. The air itself feels tightened, as though the world is stretched too thin here, a taut drum skin pulled over a too wide frame. It feels as though the tiniest step might unleash a powerful rupture. You look up for the stars but can find nothing. The starlight seems to bend and divert before it can reach you, as though being funneled away. What is happening in this place? Thin heat beats down from an empty sky. Oh! It's a Grimalkin! It's a Grimalkin! These are outstretched arms, funneling the starlight in towards the doors. Ooh. This is a giant energy catching thing. So we have doors that are consistently casting spells over here. That's neat. That's very neat. I don't know what to do about it, but that's super neat. What spells are it casting? If Zip, not Zip, which is the spell of invisibility? It's not Zip. Zip is Blink. Which is invisibility. Requires a green ring. Pearl ring? Oh, requires a pearl ring. Yaz. Is Yaz... We don't know what Yaz counterspells. But presumably, Yaz would let us counterspell one of the spells that is being cast here. Fascinating. That's really cool. That's really cool, actually. The water looks cold as ice and has no reflections. Some of the towers rise to the height of trees, while others have been cut down, and others are nothing but circles of rubble. Smoke rises from some, while others crackle with gentle light and energy. This place is clearly buzzing with power. You could explore deeper, or escape back to the relative safety of Mompang. Absolutely explore deeper. You leave the shade of the wall and follow the stepping stones out across the water. Everywhere, the signs of ruins abound. Weeds crack the stones, turret roofs and buttresses have collapsed into heaps. Why has the Archmage allowed such ruin? The sun is beginning to lower and the air begins to cool. You reach the base of a stone tower with a curved archway at its base. The path splits around it, but you must keep moving. Where do I think I want to go? To here, I think. I want to head across these. Oh, this is glowing? Why is that glowing? Let's go to the glowing place, actually. So we go this way. You are crossing the stepping stones over the dangerous waters once more. The path rounds a tower to the north, then splits again. Up ahead is a tower, surrounded by thick mud. South of here is another tower, perhaps, coated over with some kind of black carapace. You reach out and gently touch the black surface of the tower by the wall. It's hard to the touch, smooth and cool. If there was even a doorway here, you can't make it out. Oops. Well, okay, let's try and cast a spell. We can zap, which counters Zen. We can dock, which doesn't help. It kind of helps. I'm low on stamina. Like, as long as I can cast it, I probably should. We can Farsight. This doesn't seem like a good place to just hang out and look at the crystal. We can purr again here? What? I wanted cats! Apparently this is a counter spell for black coating. What? Well, I feel a little bit robbed that I'm not surrounded by cats. But, the hell? This seems useful. Okay. You peer inside, but the curious tower... You peer inside the curious tower, but the interior is shadowy and dark. Okay, I'll go inside. Fascinating. The dim room smells musty, like the interior of an old chest. There is no light. The tiny windows are all covered over with a curious thick black substance that coats the walls and floor. The substance seems to spout in slow globs from an outlet set into a raised block of stone in the middle of the chamber. Does that mean it's finally in my spellbook? No, it's still not in my spellbook. You run your fingers over the slime on the floor. Mere seconds after leaving the pipe, it is congealed into a glassy layer, cool and smooth, like caramelized sugar. The positioning of the block is like that on an altar, but the pipe drilled through it reminds you of alchemical equipment. The thick sludge coming through does not remind you of anything much, however. I don't want to become covered in glass, do I? Oh no. You reach out to touch the oozing black slime coming from the altar block. It is curiously warm and quick-moving, covering your fingertips in moments, and then seeming to climb as though alive or driven by some strange force, up your hand towards your wrist. You snatch your arm away, but find you are already quite stuck. Bad struggle. Hello? A gathering strength? You struggle, and the goo seems to react by setting harder and faster around you. It shrinks as it cools, and you feel it tugging, one by one, at the tiny hairs on your hand and wrist. But then you feel something else. A gathering strength. You try to tug free, but the hardened slime is like iron around your wrists. But you're definitely growing stronger. You close your eyes, trying to understand what is happening inside you. It feels as though the fibers of your body are growing thicker with every moment. You wait, unsure of what else you can do. More and more of the goo is flowing over you. You feel your arm muscles growing in size. Is it time to tug free? You tug again, but nothing happens. Your heart is beginning to pound hard and fast in your chest. Your breath is growing short. Alright, we'll wait one more time. You keep waiting, trying to calm your breathing, but it's coming in ragged gasps now. The goo flows further around you. Alright, it's time to tug free. Whoa! With your newfound power, you tug on the bond around your wrist, and as you roar with fury, your arm breaks free, shattering the black slime in all directions. You are free, and more powerful than ever before. You step outside once more into the cool of the ruins. You feel 3 times the man you were. It's an iron supplement. Yeah, my blood is full of even more iron than before. Is this what they call irony? Look into the water? Okay, I'll look into the water. The wind picks up a little spray from the water and splashes it onto your face. It stings where it touches you. You lean out over the path and look into the water. It's black, reflectionless, as though infinitely deep. Do I want to know the spell that was? Will I find out? Like, presumably I'll be able to find out, right? So I guess I don't want spoilers on this. Irony is when your shirts are stiff with starch. No, you're thinking about ironing. Irony is the last name of that famous actor. Drop a stone into the water. You drop one of your pebbles into the water. It sinks without a trace, without even a ripple. The air seems to fizz and crackle with secret energy. Which way now? Oh, my pebbles! No! I like those pebbles. Oh well. Yeah, that guy, Demonock. The wind picks up as the evening draws on. Soon it will be dark once more. You cross the waters and push your way inside the crumbling tower, without knowing what you might find. A fetid scent assaults your nostrils. The inside of the tower is cavernous, far larger than should be possible. The stone floor on which you stand is turned to a thin strip of soft earth, choked with reeds, and beyond it is a deep pool of foul-smelling water. Can we suss? We can cast a lot of spells. Law? Is Law a counterspell for something? Do we know? No, we don't know. We can suss. We can How, find some safe passage. We can Zap, which counters Zen. We can Pop, explode some things. Oh, that's not the spell I was looking for. And we can Force Field. And we can protect ourselves from magic? Oh, we can make mud. Oh. I see. This room is mud. So we can cast Foff to counter it. Why would the swamp be affected by such a spell? Don't worry about it. Cool. Well, that's good. You turn the starlight into alignment around you, but the force field does not materialize. Instead, the whirlpool begins to slow, and then it stills. The water also begins to clear. Why would the swamp be affected by such a spell? Insects buzz, and the reeds rustle as creatures pass between them. Your spell has somehow calmed the waters, but not removed them. You cannot spot the ceiling of this room, but there must be one, surely. In the center of the marsh, a platform with a low hut sits, perched on rotten stilts. A boardwalk leads to it, dotted with spent torches. Interesting. You make your way a little further into the room. The floor is dirt, and the little beach by the door soon disappears into the swamp. There's no way to walk around. You make your way to the water's edge, your boots sinking a little into the mud. Nearby is a frothy, bubbling section of water. It is large, and seems to be getting more agitated as you draw near. Back away! Yep. Oh no, it's huge! Slime Eater. Do we know about Slime Eaters? My god, it's enormous. It towers above you, a lumpy mass of mud and reeds. Massive arms stretch out, and a huge gaping mouth opens. Oh god. We've fought one of these before. Was it, like, weak to something? There's gotta be a spell we can cast here. We could hot it up. We could cast Wall. What is Wall counterspell? We don't know what Wall counterspells. Okay. We could be big. Big is helpful. I could try and kin if I only had the mirror still. Boo! Hello? We could Yaz or Yob. Ooh, maybe I Yob. Maybe this is a good time to summon a giant. Giant! You pull a giant's tooth from your pack and throw it on the ground, casting your spell across it. The tooth erupts into a column of smoke from which a towering giant steps up. Your giant leaps at the Slime Eater without hesitation. They grapple in the swamp, pushing each other into deeper water. The giant bellows and tackles the Slime Eater over, and the two disappear underneath. Waves slosh back and forth, followed by bubbling breaking the surface. The water settles and neither appear. You watch for a while, but nothing occurs. The Slime Eater is gone, though perhaps not dead, but it will probably stay away from you for now, licking its wounds. You peer into the murky water. There is no sign of any more beasts, but then there was no sign of the last one either. You splash into the shallows of the water. It's thick and rancid. Taking a deep breath, you wade in. The water's deeper than you expected. You swim out carefully, the water lapping around the edges of your force field. I have a force field? My soft foods. No, I should have eaten. The water is filthy, but it does not swirl. Of course, all your water-damageable possessions have been ruined. Thankfully, however, the pages of your spellbook are protected. But all of your soft food has been ruined. Still, your fleas have been washed away. Well, that's nice. You will carry this smell on you for some time. Oh no. Let's swim near the hut. You head for the hut's platform. As you close in, you spy an object underwater. It's hard to tell, but it looks like a chest. Oh, let's check it out. Diving down, you reach the object you thought was a chest, but is nothing more than a large rock. It is oddly placed, sunken into the ground at what appears to be a deliberate angle. Scrabbling for purchase on the muddy floor, you push at the rock. It shifts away, and there's a low thrumming, followed by a sucking noise. A hole! The rock was plugging a void in the base of the marsh itself. You are caught in the swirl as the water begins to be sucked down through the hole. If you're not quick, you'll be sucked in too. You grasp a nearby rock and cling on for dear life as the water sucks away on all sides. With a gurgle, the last of the water disappears, revealing the muddy marsh floor. Reeds droop in the humid air, and small fish flop on the ground. A little sand has been left behind. I'll gather some sand. We like sand. Scrabbling for purchase, just $19.99. Oh, is this DLC? How unfortunate. Alright. Well, things have once again been done. Whether or not they are good things, completely unaware. We will pray for healing here. I think we are praying on cooldown, because stamina. You pick your way across the muddy floor of the room, but find little of interest. A few fish flop helplessly on the ground. You collect up 3 fish, break their necks with a finger, and then wrap them in cloth before placing them into your pack. Alright, let's look into the hole. Looking down to the hole, you see a long tunnel that seems to go all the way down into the mountainside and beyond. And beyond? Why can't I go into the hole? Let's climb into the hut. I want to go into the hole. Maybe the hole leads me to the tunnel. You enter the hut, noticing the air is somewhat sweeter in here. There is very little here. A row of tables with some rotten chairs tucked in beneath. On one of the tables, a stack of damp parchment is slowly turning into fur. Slowly turning into fur. Is that how it works? On one side of the hut is a ragged hole in the floor. The parchments appear to be the scrawled log notes of whoever was stationed here. The opening remarks are simple. The spell has taken root. The reaction is self-sustaining, and appears to be maintaining scale. Day 2. The spell has been self-perpetuating for 30 hours and appears to be entirely stable. Success! We ruined someone's experiment. Day 4. The boardwalk is definitely sagging. I do not believe it can take my weight anymore. Oh, well, good thing we didn't walk on it. The force fields appear to work. For brief periods of time, they are countering successfully, but they are tiring to cast. Oh, so the counter spell doesn't last forever. That's interesting. Which day is it? The last of my supplies are exhausted. The whirlpool is exhibiting strange behavior. Whatever lies beneath seems to have reached capacity, or is pushing back. Something has climbed up from the whirlpool. I can feel it moving underneath the hut. Oh, they got et. Unfortunate. Tell Rosa I miss her. Tell Valiquesh she can go to Hell's Mouth without a fur coat. Huh. Search the drawers? You quickly rifle the drawers and tables, but it seems whoever cleared out left nothing behind except the notes of their work. Being careful not to go too close, you lean over the hole in the floorboards. You look down to the sticky floor below. You cannot help but notice the scratch marks of claws in the planks near the hole. You leave the hut, dropping down onto the floor of the chamber and trudging through the swamp to the shore. Now the swamp is drained, you could leave by any of the tower's doors. I think the plan is still to go here, where the door is glowing. Ah, this tower has a hole in the roof, but there is nothing of interest to be seen. Let's head this way, and then we can head the other way on the way back. The sun is now in the lowest quarter of the sky. You enter the next tower nervously, but you freeze on the threshold. In place of a floor, this tower contains nothing but a yawning pit, clustered with thin, needle-like spikes. Awkward. A narrow stone walkway heads away from the door and leads out a short way over the pit, but it does not go as far as the door on the far side. On a whim, you look up, and notice that the ceiling is fairly high, and sports several misshapen rock protrusions. If there was a safe way down into the pit, one might be able to slip between the spikes, but the sides of the pit are also spiked, and to jump in would be quite suicidal. There is no ledge around the edge of the pit either. Do we just die here? Can't say I like that idea. Presumably I could cast Zen here. I'm not sure why it's not letting me cast spells. I really want to suss this. Alright, I'll move out onto the platform and hope it doesn't kill me. You step onto the stone platform and feel curiously lighter. It's casting Featherfall? Do we know what Featherfall is, hold? We don't know. You check your pack, but all your possessions are as you left them. Instead, you realize your feet are no longer touching the ground. You are floating! Okay, we can fly. You fly happily upwards to the ceiling. Eventually, you hit the ceiling and gently bounce off. Turning to look upwards, you see that the ceiling is studded with curiously shaped rocks sticking out at random angles. Most are smooth, and all are small enough to grip. They have been deliberately placed. Gripping the rocks will allow you to navigate the room. With some effort, you pull yourself along the roof. The room is fairly uniform, broken only by the inverted landscape of rocks. Towards the center of the room, you spy a small depression in the ceiling. This is some, what's that book by Roald Dahl? Willy Wonka. This is some Willy Wonka shenanigans. Am I gonna get fined because I touched the ceiling? Head towards the center, look down, float to the door, cast a spell. What can we cast? We can cast Featherfall. We can cast Fix. We cannot cast Fix. Fix is the counterspell. No, we don't know what fixes the counterspell for. We know that Foff is the counterspell to Mud. Because of, Fenestra. Sus. Oh, I can cast 6. Interesting. Wait, we know that Sus is the counterspell to something, right? Fear. Okay. Is there anything I can cast that doesn't cost me, like, a million things? Far does not cost, stamina. But I don't really want to cast that here, if that's going to be the counterspell. I don't want to cast that while I am on the roof. Let's float to the door. You crawl across the ceiling towards the far door, descending slowly as you near the walls once more. Oh. But I kind of want to explore in the middle of that area. You step back onto the path and follow it a short way. Another night begins. You should try to find a place to sleep, especially on an empty stomach. I'll sleep here, whatever. You roll over trying to sleep, but cannot seem to rest. After a while, you get to your feet and begin to walk through the darkness. Crumbling walls and broken towers move past on either side. You're walking past an old crumbling building when you hear voices. You listen closer, leaning against the wall. It sounds like a distant crowd, too far even to be on the other side of the wall. Where are those voices coming from? Looking over the wall, you spot a missing brick. A green-gray mold has covered the gap, coating the interior with fuzz. As you lean down to peer at the mold, you realize the voices are growing louder. You listen closely and hear what sounds distinctly like the hubbub of a town heard from a distance. Conversations, the banging of tools, the playing of children, but it is louder the closer to the mold you are. Curious. But then something else catches your eye. Movement. Hundreds of tiny specks swarm across the surface of the brick, making circuits in all directions around the mold. What could they be? You watch the hypnotic patterns in the mold, moving this way and that. They seem to grow as you stare, becoming first veins, then branches, then finally streets and roads. The world around you is filling with gray, and the air turns to fuzz and smoke. Then you're sitting in a valley of soft, gray grass. Did we just get trapped in the mold? Overhead is the pitted underside of the next brick in the wall. Yup, we did. It's rather like being in a cavern open on one side. The place you came from is indistinct. Everything out there is so large now, it's nearly impossible to discern. The hill you're sitting on obscures most of your vision. Perhaps you could get a better view from the top? Okay. You stand, somewhat unsteady, on the ground of the mold. Each step sinks in somewhat, causing the area around it to bulge. You recall the Vishlami swamps and how difficult it was to fight or run on such unsteady ground. Beyond the hill you stand on is the bulk of the landscape. This is weird. This is very weird. Alright, top of the hill. You climb the hill for a better view. You now look down into another valley, ringed by hills. Nestled at the foot is an extraordinary sight. Huts! They are a curious mixture of mold, meat fragments, and scraps of cloth. From the looks of it, you could easily stay in one. There are a few dozen, scattered about in what looks to be a disorganized village. A pavilion is set up in front of the half-eaten drumstick, which is the size of a fortress. A large altar dominates. Weird. It seems you've been spotted. Creatures are clambering towards you, blobs of mold with black beady eyes and no mouths or limbs. The creatures are hard to make out from this distance, but you see them hurrying to and fro in their huts. From this distance, they appear to be shapeless blobs the same color as the mold. They seem like any other village inhabitants. They move along the ground by simply rolling. People should not live in meat. Mild disagree. I'm willing to allow it. Oh wait, maybe they're friendly. Oh, they're totally friendly. You stay where you are, watching them climb. They are quite dexterous, Dexterous? Excuse you. In their rolling, managing to stay in a straight line, even as their eyes continue to lose sight of their destination. Just like the mold of the hills and huts, they are covered in a soft fuzz, and squish a little when they make contact with the ground. Grody. They soon reach the top of the hill. One rolls forward and begins to speak in a rough imitation of the common tongue. Its voice sounds like a bag of pebbles, so it is a bit hard to follow. I see. Welcome! I don't know how to make my voice sound like a bag of pebbles. We are the Gillis, and this is our home. You have been summoned by Mukor's magic. Would you come down to the village? Who is Mukor? The Gillis bounces up and down. Mukor is the leader of Brack, and the original ancestor of my people. Mukor traveled here from another world, and sees into other worlds. Will you come see Mukor? It has been decreed that you will help us. Mukor. Mukor, Mukor, Mukor. Mukor, Mukor? Mukor? The Gillis puffs up with pleasure. Mukor! This way, please. You will notice most do not Mukor your tongue. I myself only learned through careful study of passing Mukors. You follow the group down the hill, chatting with your escort. Passing thunderstorms? What the hell does that mean? Nope, this continues to not make any sense. You follow them to a village built on thousands of levels and in thousands of directions, made of spindles and spires and webbed threads. The creatures gather around you, pawing at your body, your clothing and possessions, fascinated, appalled, and uninhibited. Ugh. Where did you come from? Nothing in Mompang truly dies, the mold returns. With one voice. This place is too old, and yet it lives. They try to feed you from the rotten meat around which their village is built. One tries to caress you with tendrils pushed deep up your nostrils. You cough and choke violently as the mold fills your mouth and eyes. What? Don't do that. What? Please don't do that. The Archmage remains unaware of you. Yahtzee! What is my clue? Hang on. None of these are a new clue! Ugh. You pick yourself to your feet and try to shake away your more curious dreams. Every path seems weighed down with sadness and oppression. It is not a place to stand still. I see. Well, I'm kind of invested in looking at all of these huts. Maybe some of them are interesting. No, let's... I'll take this side path. Oh, that's through there. The sun breaks over the horizon. You approach the next weird tower, wondering what you'll find this time. 2 steps in, you freeze. A giant is standing in front of you. It's not a real giant. Oh, it is a real giant. The giant is milling around the space without clear purpose. It is clearly under some form of enchantment. You notice something else. Something large and white is hanging from the ceiling above you. You look up. The white thing near the ceiling looks back through 2 enormous eye sockets. It's a gigantic humanoid skull. Something drops down from it and hits the floor. It appears to be an oversized tooth. A moment later, the tooth begins to fizz. A cloud of smoke wells up, and from it steps a giant! Ah, something here is continuously casting Yob. Another tooth tumbles from the skull in the ceiling. Moments later, a third giant steps forward. The room, despite its height, is starting to feel quite crowded. What counters Yob, do you think? Does big counter Yob? It does! Oh, good. I was right. You weave the spell and expect to begin growing, but instead, the giant begins shrinking. And they do not stop. A moment later, the room is quite empty once more. A counterspell then? So, the spell of gigantism opposes the enchantment of giant summoning. Boy, we sure are learning about counterspells. We could Zob, but I don't have the tools. Can cast it anyway. I will definitely grab the tooth. Tell? Does this help? No, but I can cast it. That's the important part. What else do we have available? Big. I know about Big. I'm trying to cast this F spell. Fog. It costs a stamina. I don't want to cast it. Yob, Tell, Big, Fob, Fog, Zob, Zen. Okay. Well, we got a tooth out of it, so that's nice. Where am I going? Am I going to here? I want to go to this side. I don't really know that I necessarily need to explore everything. But I want to explore the lit up one. Let's retreat. The King of the Great Apes. My spirit is still far from me. That's unfortunate. I don't want to rewind. I just want to reread it. There we go. And now I have an extra Giant's Tooth. Lucky. You stand outside a tower, paths snaking this way and that and around you. Overhead to the west, a high walkway flies overhead. To the west, that's this one. The air moves a little around you, still icy but fresh. You follow the path and make your way into the next tower uncertainly. What is this place? Why was it built? It's a bunch of Grimalkins. I wonder if, all of this is teaching me counter magic, which I think is very interesting. Counter magic is apparently a bigger deal than I expected. Probably because in order to beat the Throbin doors, we have to counter whatever spells are being cast at me. Ba-ba. Does that mean I'm going to get into like a wizard's duel with someone? That's actually really appealing. I like the idea of like getting into a sword in the stone style wizard's battle with some other sorcerer. That sounds like fun. Man, a lot of information to be gathered here. Okay. The air moves a little around you, still icy but fresh. You follow the path and make your way into the next tower uncertainly. What is this place? Why was it built? This is a squat, fetid stone room. But in the center, something is moving. You want to give me more information than that? You want to let me look at it? You want to... Alright, we'll step closer. Whatever. Oh, like a creature is moving. Not like mist, or like a piece of stone is swirling in circles or anything. Alright, great. You step closer to the creature. With a loud hissing and snorting noise, it rises up to its full height. It is a foul, many-faced hydra. Wow, that's a lot of faces. You sure do have faces, Hydra. You look over the serpent. Its faces are varied, though all are foul. They seem to fight for dominance over the body. We'll talk to it. Okay. Greetings, creature, you begin. The creature spits, its face is snapping and hissing, but it seems it cannot talk. Alright. You wait, holding your place on the floor, but the creature does not advance. It simply moves its heads this way and that. Can I yap with it? That's not learny. I can razz. I can rock. I could zap it. We could hot things up. We could howl my way out. I don't like any of those. And I could walk. Or I could just walk around the creature? What am I supposed to do with a Hydra? I almost want to cast spells just to see if something else is happening. But, like, all these spells have costs, and I don't want to pay the costs for them. I don't want to attack it. Why won't it let me talk to it, man? Okay. Moving cautiously, you sidle around the creature, heading for the far door. The creature snaps at you, but makes no move to approach. You reach the far door without incident. To the north comes a fearsomely bright light from one of the towers. Yes, this is what I wanted to know about. You make your way across a stone walkway, arcing high into the air above the swirl waters that pool below, until you reach the next curious tower. A few clouds drift across the sky. Powerful light spills from the doorway. Even from here, it's all but overwhelming. Your eyes begin to water and run. You take another few steps forward. The skin on your face and hands is beginning to burn. Oh god. Fighting the light is like walking into a strong wind. A pounding is growing inside your head. The heat is overwhelming, but suddenly you feel a hint of starlight. Can I cast fog? I can cast fog. Do we think it's Zap? It's probably not Zap. We can't Zen here. Zip counters Gum. That's good to know. Forgot about that. Let me cast Fog. You gather the stars into your design around you. Billows of black smoke emerge quickly from under your cloak. The light fills the room. The light that fills the room dims and goes out, but now you can't see anything. Move forwards? Move forwards? Move forwards? Oh, I made it through the tower. Well, that was expensive. You follow the path towards a crystal dome. At the meeting of many ways is a large glass dome that sparkles with almost blinding vigor of the reflected sunlight. There does not appear to be any way in or out. You pause to peer into the depths of the orb. 1,000 shapes dance within, shifting and changing, as though you saw the reflections from the eyes of 100 different people. The effect is quite mesmeric. The Archmage has noticed us. This is problematic. You reach out and touch the orb. Should not have touched the orb. This is the Archmage's Perma-Farsight orb. You reach out and touch the orb and find yourself elsewhere. You're standing at the top of a high tower, facing an old man wearing a shabby-looking crown. Beg, the old man declares. You find yourself dropping to your knees, begging like a whining dog. I will destroy your land. Do you understand me? You will aid me. You open your mouth to argue, but all that comes out is a single word. Yes. Orb of whoops. Big problems. Oh, I was muted. Thank you. Sorry. I was poking around the spells to figure out what is the counter spell for Farsight. And I don't know it offhand, but I guess I'm going to spend stamina trying to find out. We've learned that it's not how. I could try Dop. I don't know what Dop opened. Dop probably counters Fix, if I had to guess. Oh, never mind. Reaching up to the constellations above, you create the spell. No door opens in the dome, if there even is one for the spell to act on. But the spell does not fail, and it seems as though the images inside the orb fade and the dome goes dark. A counterspell, then. So the spell of opening is negated by that of Foresight. You reach out and touch the orb, but nothing happens. Cool. You look away from the mesmeric orb. The path encircles the dome quite freely. Time to move on. Well, we've been seen, which probably means I want to deliberately die, because that will keep my state, but send me back in time to, before I've been seen. The path winds between crumbling towers and dagger-like buttresses. Or have I? Or maybe I haven't. That's true. That might have been a cast of Farsight. Huh. Well, I guess I'll stay alive until next time I sleep. And, we'll see. I kind of like the idea that I'm just, like, walking around in the midst of all these science experiments, disabling all of them. Like, haha, you don't get to know things. I don't know that any of these are actually in use. Or if they were just exercises in Grimalkin manufacture? I'm betting it's the second one. Because it still seems like this whole wing, and the wing on the other side, is one giant Grimalkin leading into the Citadel. Jump into the hole. Maybe not. The pit is large and perfectly circular, descending into the bare rock below for some distance. Curiously, the water all around does not seem to flow into the hole. I'm going to see if I can cast Featherfall, and then jump into the hole. I cannot cast Featherfall. I can Zen, maybe. Ooh, yeah, we can Zen. You attempt to float over the hole, hoping your magic is strong enough to sustain you over that gap, but then you're arrested by something. You reach out with your hands, and sure enough, there's a barrier around the pit, invisible, but as cool to the touch as stone. Feeling left and right, it appears to curve slightly. An invisible tower. You feel over the invisible wall of the tower until you find what feels like a doorway. The doorway is an opening into the pit below. Stepping through would surely mean stepping into open space. You cannot do it. Alright, well, we know that Zen doesn't counter, Yaz. What do we think does counter Yaz? Is it Tell? Yup. You cast the spell, but rather than receiving any thoughts, instead the invisible tower in front of you flashes quite unexpectedly into view. A counterspell, then. So the magic of telepathy counters the pattern of invisibility. I am guessing particularly well on these counterspells. The tower, now you can see it, seems quite unremarkable. It's less overgrown than some of the others. Perhaps invisible plants cannot absorb the light? The tower appears quite normal now. More normal than many of the others you've seen. The path away from the invisible tower forks. Go into the tower. Your weight returns, and you settle gradually back down to the ground. You enter the next tower. Ooh! Ooh, ooh, ooh! Maybe I can loot a ring from this thing. Since this thing is just casting Yaz, it needs to have the focus for it, right? There needs to be the thing that's required for Yaz casts. Look at the contraption. Yup, there's the ring. The contraption is a brass figurine, heavily stylized. Its arms are raised, and it appears to be dancing. Glittering from one upraised finger is a ring. Take it! You slip the ring from the contraption. It's a pearl ring. That seems quite valuable. A good find. Does Zed have a counterspell? No information that I know of. You search the corners of the room, but find nothing except a single glyph scratched into the stone. 3. Because this is the third spell. Yep, the third spell is invisibility. You step out of the tower. Looking back, it's still quite visible. It seems you have disabled its magic. Glyph 3. Yep. So, all of this is powering the Throban doors. The more we can counter, the better. The middle of the day is hot. You approach the next tower boldly. A gloomy silence descends. From the doorway comes a steady clock-like ticking sound. Ah! It's doze. What is the opposite of doze? Probably pep. You step inside and the ticking grows louder. Something heavy swooshes slowly past over your head. The looming presence is oddly comforting, and you find your eyelids starting to close. But we can't cast Pep. We don't have the powder. Also, Pep is not available? It might be God. It's not Yob. That counters big. We don't know if it's Yap. Yap seems unlikely. It's not Dop. We know that counters Farsight somehow. It's not Gak. We know that counters Sus. So God is possible. Yap is possible. It's unlikely to be Zob. We know it's not Zap. So it could be Yap. It could be God. I guess it could be Zob. Seems unlikely. Tell me more about Doze. reducing its movements and reactions to about 1/6 of its normal speed. Thus, the creature appears to move as in a dream sequence, making it much easier to evade or defeat. Oh, wait, isn't there an actual sleep spell? Man, res. We finally have Yaz. That's exciting. It's not Doze? Oh, yeah, which is the one that requires... There's one that's an actual sleep spell, right? And it requires the pendulum. Which is the one that requires the pendulum? Do I not know which spells require a pendulum? Hang on. Hold on. Nap. It's Nap. Is Nap not on my list? There it is. This one. Causes them to quickly fall asleep. The spell concentrates the creature's attention on the pendulum, which the caster must swing slowly to and fro. Okay. So once again, the list of spells that I can cast. We have Dop, which we know isn't it. Zob. Zob makes like a rock golem. So even if we could cast it, it's probably not the appropriate counter spell here. We know it's not Yob. It's possible it's Yap. It's possible it's God. It's not Gak. And that's everything we have access to. So if it's either God or Yap, part of this is... I want to read the description of God. Read the description of Yap also. Allows the caster to understand the languages of and communicate with most animals. This is an illusion spell. Any creature or humans nearby will take an immediately liking to the caster and will offer aid and information. It doesn't seem like it's any of these. Like, I feel like the point of this spell is to focus on the pendulum. So if I can cast a spell that steals focus, then you're not focusing on the pendulum. But neither God nor Yap feels particularly appropriate. Maybe I'm looking at it from the wrong perspective. Maybe Nap, maybe it's the idea is putting something to sleep counters the illusion of God. I guess I could just try both. But I have a sneaking suspicion that if I just fall asleep, I'm gonna die. Well, let's try the one that's... I mean, they're both free, right? Let's just try them. Why? Looking into the stars, you craft the magic, but as the jewel of gold begins to shine, the pendulum overhead freezes into place. You suddenly feel sprightly and energetic. You'd best move on before your spell wears off. A counter spell, then. So the spell of sleep is countered by that of worship. There are 3 doors to choose from. You approach the smoking, blackened ruins of a tower. Pop? Or hot? Oh, I could cook my raw food. Nice. You look at the stones. They're blackened all over. Some seem webbed with holes, as though the very minerals inside had burned away. Whatever caused this explosion must have been many years ago, and yet smoke still rises, as though this was the cone of a volcano. On one stone is etched a long eye mark. Okay, so this is the first spell I need to worry about. I want to cook my food. With stinging fingertips, you gather your cooked food back into your pack. Touch the stones will hurt. Let's not touch the stones. Do I know what the counterspell for hot is? It's Dock. I'm out of Blimberry? Are you kidding me? I'm out of Blimberry. Oh, that's extremely frustrating. Out of Blimberry. That's awful. I thought I had like 4. How did I lose it all? Alright. Well, we know the Dock and Hot counterspell, but we don't know the Pop counterspell, which this also might be. Fireball quickly extinguishes. So this is probably Pop. Okay, what else can I cast? It's not going to be Sus. It is apparently not going to be Dock. I guess it could be Gob. It's not Farsight. That counters Dock. So the only spells available here are Gob, Far, Sus, and Dock. Oh, and Sob. We could cast Snatitooth. Except we don't have a Snatitooth. So I guess we try Gob and see if that counters it? Seems unlikely. Okay, well, Gob does not cast whatever's going on here. Which may be hot, may not be. You pull your last goblin tooth from your pack and throw it on the ground, casting your spell across it. The tooth erupts into a column of smoke, and a moment later, a goblin warrior is standing in front of you. The creature rushes forward, waving its little sword, but as it clambers onto one of the hot stones with a searing hiss, the roar turns to a wail, and the goblin evaporates in a puff of smoke. It could be Sob. Sob actually seems somewhat likely for a counterspell for Pop. But we have to have a Snaticat tooth. I think we have to turn back. Does it show as a clue? Why doesn't it show as a clue? Because we haven't beaten it. Well, casting God is easy here, so we can do that. And we'll need to find some Blimberry. Or a Snatacat Tooth. One of those two. You ascend onto a walkway, flung high between two towers, and set against the outer wall of the citadel. The view down is dizzying. Smoke from the burnt-out tower below makes you choke. You look around at the sprawling towers that fill this region of the citadel. They all appear ancient, featureless, but they are in excellent repair. Some power is holding their dark stones together. You make your way carefully across the bridge. Ah! This is Kin. You hurry over another walkway, higher in the air than you had expected, towards the next tower. Thin heat beats down from an empty sky. As you open the door and step through, someone else enters from the other side. He closes the door, just as you do. The room is wide, ringed with chairs. There are scuffs on the floor, two semicircles near the center of the room. A large pane of glass stands in the center of the room, sitting in an elaborately carved frame. The stranger stands, watching you. You peer at the figure opposite. Seeing his face is difficult somehow. Your eyes seem to slide off his features. The stranger is peering back at you, but not approaching. You walk towards them, and the stranger does the same. You now stand on either side of the glass, watching each other. Alright, what's available? It could be Gob, except we don't have any teeth. It's not Foff. It's not Hot, that counters Doc. It could be Huff. Huff is easy to cast. Kin is already being cast. It could be Sob, we don't know, but that... Snaticat's being invisible seems like maybe. Oh, it's probably 6. Yep. You weave the enchantment, but no clones materialize. Instead, a large crack appears in the pane of glass. A moment later, it shatters and collapses. A counterspell then, so the enchantment of self-duplication matches the spell of mirroring. The glass lies in shards all around the frame. Some of them catch the light oddly. The stranger, your reflection, steps back, clutching at his chest. You pause, seeing how the reflection will act. He paces near the frame, seemingly unable to step forward, unable to approach. You step through the empty frame, glass crunching under your boots. The reflection draws his sword, unaffected by your movements. It seems he is now free to act. Leave me, he says, or I will send you back. Who are you? He shakes his head. I will not fall for your tricks. You may look like me, but I know you are only an apparition. I am the Analander. The other laughs. No, he replies simply. You cannot claim that. Oh no, the other nods his head. You will not trick me. With that, he turns and races from the room. A moment later, all goes black and you find yourself... outside. You sheath your blade outside the tower, glad to be away from the mirror demon. Really? I can't, like, steal the mirror? No, the mirror shattered, huh? The mirror shattered. Too bad. It would have been nice to be able to, kin against someone. You hurry over the stone arch, not looking down. The tower has a dirt floor, into which various lines have been scratched. A chest sits in the middle. You step a little further into the room. Apart from the chest, the tower is quite empty. Identical to any other of the rooms in the other towers, save for its dirt-covered floor. Several zigzagging trails have been left in the dirt. You use your sword to poke at the ground just in front of you. It immediately and violently explodes, and you leap away from the shower of fire and dirt. Is this a minefield? Okay, so this is pop. Foff is not the counterspell to pop. Nap is not the counterspell to pop. Not that we could cast it. Look at this, right? I'm clicking on this W, right here, this W. N. W. Oh, okay. Wall could be the counterspell to pop. Consulting the constellations overhead, you bind the spell, but no wall appears. Indeed, nothing happens at all. Something must have occurred when you cast that spell. Yep. Wall and pop. Okay. So then the other room with the ruined tower was hot. You rush towards the chest and happily you do not explode. The room appears safe. A counterspell then? So the magic of the barrier is blocked by that of explosion. Looking at the dirt, you see a few loose pebbles, no doubt the source of the mines. You take a few. You open the chest and are somewhat surprised to discover that there is actually something in it. It's a small scrap of paper. You cast your eyes over the scrawled poem. The first is of fire, the second of stone, the third is unseeable, the fourth is unknown. Aha! Information. Eat something? I guess we could eat something. We have enough, Yeah, trembling sickness, I know. So, fire is hot, which means the counterspell for that is Doc. The second is rock. Well, I don't know that we know the counterspell for rock. The third we've already figured out. That's Yaz, and the counterspell to Yaz is Tell. The fourth is unknown. The fourth is unknown. Tower of Pebbles. Oh, it tells us. That's convenient. Burn Tower. Tower of Stillness. Is Zed the unknown spell? I don't know. Maybe. Tarred room. Tar. When the hell are we able to cast Tar? Yep, Mud we were able to resolve. Tower of Floating, which is Zen. So Zap is the counterspell for that. Tar, yep. Has an illuminated question mark in the spellbook. I guess so. Tower of Giants. Yep, we figured that one out. The Tower of Stillness. This is the one with the Hydra in it, right? So that must have been Fix. Okay. So we should go back in there and see what spells are available. But I kind of don't want to counter Fix, because I don't want the Hydra to be able to attack me. Like, countering Fix seems like a bad idea. But we should look in there and see what spells are available, even if we don't actually cast any of them. Okay, cool. Found a poem in the Inner College. The Inner College. That's what this place is. Cool. Hot, rock, Yaz, unknown. And we need to find the counterspell to rock, which we don't know yet. Stone and air, though, it might be Huff. That actually seems completely reasonable. That Huff is the counterspell to Rock. The third is Unseen. We've already figured that one out. The fourth is Unknown. There's no way it's casting Zed, though. We know what Zed does at this point. A powerful necromancer from Throbin. Ooh, maybe it is Zed. But that doesn't make sense. That's not like a way to stop us. Is there a way to be unknown? Maybe God? So we need to be able to nap? I mean, we sure are learning counter spells here, which is rad. Mag apparently is not a counterspell we're familiar with. We never did get the Bamboo Flute for Jig, unfortunately. Stamina counters Kin, or 6 counters Kin, rather. Stamina. Raz counters Walk. We learned that before we reset last time. Triple S, which we will probably never be able to cast again. Unknown. Oh, so maybe How? How is the way to know things? I bet How counters Zed. That's probably the stupidest thing I've ever heard, though. I'll bet it's true, though. That sounds like a thing this game would do. We do need to figure out what counters Rock. I'm willing to bet it's Huff. I would put money on Huff countering Rock. Okay. All right. Where are we? In the chest. Right. Right. Okay. This is the tall tower, which is the Tower of Yob. We want to check out the Hydra again. What can I cast here? I am preying on cooldown, yes. We can cast Rock. We can cast How. Ooh, that's suspicious. So Rock and How are the only spells here that we don't know the opposites for. Because Zap, we know the opposite, it's Zen. Walk, we know the opposite, it's Raz. Hot, we know the opposite, it's Doc. How, we don't. How could be anything. Zap, we know the opposite. So zap, how hot. Rock. And Raz. Raz, we know the opposite. Okay. So we have Zen. No, we have Zap. We have How. We have Rock and Raz. And we have Walk. So it's either Rock or How. But in either case, I don't want to cast it because I don't want the stupid Hydra to attack me. Because it'll definitely attack me if I let it. Unless for strange reasons it doesn't. I suppose. But it's not talking, right? Am I writing the counter spells? I haven't been. I probably should be. Yeah, I probably should be. I bet I've already missed some. Alright, let's go through it. So big is Yob. Dop is far. Doze we don't know yet. Dud we don't know yet. Dim we don't know yet. Dumb we don't know yet. Dock is hot. Fall we don't know. Fog is probably sun, but we don't know. Foff was mud. Fix we don't know, but is either how or rock. Far was Dop. Gum we learned was... We learned this one. What is gum? Zip. Okay, that makes sense. So then zip is gum. Gak was sus. So sus was Gak. God was nap. So nap is countered by God. Dock is hot. Hot is Dock. Foff is mud. Mud is Foff. How and Rock are probably fixed, but we don't know for sure. Far is Dop. Dop is far. Big is Yob. Yob is big. Walk is Raz. And Raz is Walk. We learned that even though it's not recorded. I think we learned that prior to resetting. What else do we have? Kin is 6, we learned. So 6 is Kin. And there's still a bunch that we don't know. We did learn Pop. What was Pop? Wall. Pop is Wall. So Wall is Pop. Tell was Yaz. And Yaz is Tell. What else? What else? Kid, Law, Mag. We don't have answers for any of those. Nif and Nip, we don't have answers. Although Nip is probably Doze. Nip seems very likely to be Doze. And vice versa. We know that purr is a spell. Cats? No apparent cost. Result is cats. Counters tar. We know that Tar is a spell. No idea how to cast it, or what the effect is really, but it counters Purr, just in case we ever want to counter cats. I still find it amusing, the idea that that Zed is countered by How. So if I really wanted to, I might be able to. Zap is Zen, we learned. And Zen is Zap. And I think this is all that we have. Sun is probably Fog. Fog is probably Sun. But we don't have a guarantee of that. We're not positive. If Fix is How, which seems more likely than Rock, then we don't know what the counterspell for Zed is. Which is disappointing. Luck, maybe. We know that Luck is a spell. Not that we can necessarily cast it in all of the places that we want to go. We also don't know whether or not it counters anything. Okay. I guess that's all the information I have. What happens if I die here? Am I mad about that? Not really. I'll be honest with you. Especially given, like, I keep stuff. So let's cast How and see what happens. I don't mind throwing away a max stamina here for concrete knowledge. Yep. Okay, so How counters Fix. Good. Fix is indeed How. And How counters Fix. F-I-X, go. Instead of the calm voice entering your head, the Hydra suddenly moves, hurtling forwards as though its leash had been cut. You are still considering this at the moment when the creature neatly removes your head from neck with a single bite. You've been eaten by a Hydra. You feel the cold veil of death surrounding you, but a moment later, you find yourself moving. Excuse me? I know no X spells. Oh, right. This is like I have to cast Zed because there's nothing else that I can cast. It's a bunch of letters that don't actually make spells. Wait a minute. Lix is a spell! We know that Lix is a spell. We've seen it before. It's interesting, you can see all these other letters, but you actually can't access them, right? There's B's and stuff, but there's nowhere that you can click on a B. Alright, well, we're just casting Zed and moving on with our lives, I guess. You do not cast the spell, but rather it casts you, pulling you open only to scatter you into the winds. I've lost a maximum point of stamina, no big deal. You pat yourself down. You are quite alive. What is more, you have all your possessions and gold and knowledge intact. The narrow alley mouth opens onto the square. Darkness closes in. You need to rest. Well, I guess we'll just sleep here. I've already eaten. You feeling shaky, and the trembling sickness will most likely kill you. Cool. Thanks. Archmage remains unaware of you, which is fantastic news. Prey on cooldown. Alright, well, there's still a couple of huts we didn't visit here. We didn't conclusively figure out anything in the brightly lit one. But let's go check out the other side first. But now we have some incentive to visit every hut and see what information and or loot we can acquire. There's also the alleys back here, which we can go play around in if we really want to. Oh, these are all rivers. These aren't paths. Okay. Thinking about like other ways to get into the city, right? With these open holes and stuff. Not like it matters anymore. We're in the city. Do we go check out the other side? And it did not record the counterspell. Too bad. That's okay. I have the information I need. The information is available. Do I need to go back through all those tower puzzles? So I retain the information. Let me double check that I have the ring. I still have the ring. So I retain everything that I gained from that. Extra pebbles, sand. What was the sand for? Is the sand to cast mud? I think the sand might be to cast mud. I can go back, I think. But I don't think I need to. Although it is a potential convenient way to recover materials, should I need to recover materials. Retry some things, get new places, maybe. I mean, there's definitely huts that we didn't visit on this side, right? So there's definitely more information that we can gather by going back here. And I still want to know more about this tower that appears to be made of gold. And we could also attack the Site Masters again, because that worked out so well for me. I'm just going to head off to the other side of the city, I think. We can always go this side again later. Like, I have a huge buffer on max stamina. Like, I'm really not concerned. I could take many deaths and feel okay with it. An old beggar woman lounges against a well nearby, watching people come and go from the market. A wider road leads west into a run-down area of the city. As the morning moves on, the wind begins to rise. Like, I can even go suffer through tar again and get more max stamina? Probably? I'll go talk to a beggar, whatever. Beggars are cool. You walk over to the well, where an old woman, little more than a bundle of rags, sits. She does not look at you as you approach. You peer down into the well.
Jump if you like, the old woman remarks. There's no bottom to it.
No bottom? You ask.
None at all, she replies. No water either. Just a great big hole. This place was built by sorcerers, you know.
Her face is obscured by a shapeless hood. She rarely acknowledges anyone, not even holding out her hand for alms. Well met, you declare. Oh. Her voice when she speaks is raspy, barely above a whisper, and her eyes, when they meet yours, are a smooth, glossy black.
There you are, brother. Found you now. Spare an old blind woman a coin? Enough to buy a crust of bread, perhaps.
I'm okay with being kind to Faye. Javine. You toss a gold coin into her lap, and she rocks back and forth, grinning.
Oh, love, you've made Javine a happier woman. Bless you for helping me live out my last days.
She pauses to test the coin between her teeth, then nods.
Now, love, anything else for an old blind woman?
Tell me what happened to your eyes.
I'll tell you my tale.
Ah, a mucolytic. We have a clue about mucolytics. Beware the breath of the mucolytics. Okay.
I was called on by the Archmage himself to examine one of his creations. The Archmage makes creatures, you see, of all mixtures and kinds. This one was a mucousy, slimy sort of thing called a mucolytic. A miserable thing, born totally without fear. They're almost deaf and speak only in a whisper.
What happened?
It was a single stupid minute. I got too close. So close that it attacked, and that was that. I lost my eyes to it.
How exactly?
The breath.
Ah, good. Now we know. Now we know about the breath of mucolytics.
I got up close to take a look, and its poison breath blinded me. A monk told me I was lucky that was all I lost, but I don't know. I just can't see it that way.
She chuckles at her own joke. Aha! It's a blind person joke. I get it. Were you born in Montpang? She shakes her head.
No, there's those here who don't believe in the world beyond, but that's where I came from. I lived in a small village on the shores of Earthend. A healer priest from Dadiyadu was shipwrecked there, and he took me on as an apprentice. I loved him, and then I abandoned him, and I came to Montpang against his wishes, drawn by the promise of fortune in the Archmage's service.
You worked for the Archmage?
Everyone in Montpang works for the Archmage, love. The Citadel is his engine, and we turn its wheels. We work to further his cause and his army.
And now you're a beggar.
I was cast out of the tower, and here's where I landed. Now I sit here every day with little to pass the time but the tormenting I receive from the Sightmasters.
Can you still heal? You demand, shivering from the trembling sickness as you speak. She shrugs.
I can, but I rarely do now.
She yawns with such vigor that she throws a cascade of spittle onto your shoulder.
What a lovely chat, Javine says. I so rarely get to talk these days, love. Come back any time.
She grins.
Especially if you slay one of the Sightmasters.
And she draws a line across her throat. I have killed a Sightmaster.
Oh, did you? Oh, but I see you did. I can smell the blood on you.
She cackles.
Do their bomba fruit eyes pop when they die? Or do they fall in on themselves? Never mind, never mind. Let me take a look at you.
Javine reaches out to you with her fingertips, muttering under her breath. You feel the symptoms of the trembling sickness fading away. She smiles warmly. She folds her hand away into her ragged clothes once more.
Now, get away with you.
As you say, woman. She scratches herself. Then you realize she is actually reaching into a fold of her cloak.
And take this. It's a water of Loy. A water of magical dissolution. I don't need it, but I wonder if you might.
She hands you a vial that appears to contain, quite simply, water. What does it do? You ask, turning the vial this way and that in the light. Oh my god. Yes, no more sickness! Finally! We can sleep again!
It absorbs magical essences. One vial can hold perhaps 3 spirits within it. It creates a cocktail of magic.
What use is that? Her eyes twinkle.
Perhaps you'll think of a use for it. Perhaps not. It remains to be seen if your life depends on it.
You thank her. She nods and closes your hand around the vial.
You be good now, my love. Be as good as your gold.
You leave the woman huddled by the well. Well, okay. That's good. And we don't have the fleas anymore. So if the fleas gave us the trembling sickness, they won't give it to us again. Lucky. You return to the west side of the square. Javine appears to go back to sleep. A wider road leads west into a rundown area of the city. As the sun climbs towards its zenith, the winds blowing between the buildings pick up a little. Alright, what have we got? Monk's habit, worn. Discard. No, it's fine. Scrap of paper from the inner college. Okay. Whistle. Oh yeah, we know about the whistle. Yellow feathers, set of dice, rope ladder, poison. Do we have more holy water? Is that what we've gotten here? 2 measures of holy water. Or maybe it's a treasure? This thing that she gave me? Nope. Ah, potion of... Shake? I don't think I want to shake the potion of magical dissolution. The market. The market is potentially useful, since we could obtain some reagents that we don't have. Huh. Can I cast the counter spells for the crown on that? Maybe. I mean, we know the crown is Tell, God, and Kid. And we know the counter spells for Tell and God. So that's potentially useful. Why is Nap the counterspell for God? Okay, so we definitely need to find a brass pendulum. The market is busy with traders and stalls, a city in miniature. Also, we need more Blimberry. The market is not as large as those you encountered in Kare, but still it bustles with life. Even in Mompang, people need to go about their day. Let's look at the stalls. Most of the stalls are mundane, roughly made household goods and some trinkets. Despite the number of shoppers, there are in fact very few goods. But as you wander the stands, you do spot a weapons dealer flaunting his wares, and a bent-backed peddler with unusual items spread out on a cloth. I don't care about the weapons. I am quite good with my weapon. The peddler smiles as you approach, and he gestures across a motley collection of objects laid out on a blanket. There is chipped pottery, dull knives, and empty picture frames. The man is not old, but a hard life as aged as looks. "Junk, refuse, and memorabilia," he shouts. "All for the discerning customer." How did you come across these things? He points to a dried flower. "That I found in the back pocket of a sleeping werewolf. This glue I won from a man in a contest of riddles. And this mirror I found dangling from a tree in an ancient swamp." "You are quite the adventurer," you observe. "In my youth I was many things. An excellent dancer, for instance. I fathered 47 children by that particular skill." Offer to sell my gems? I didn't think so. Do you buy as well? I have gems for sale. Gems? He shakes his head laughing. No point me buying gems. What'd happen if I put them out on my rug here, do you think? Would I make my money back? I don't think so. I understand. He nods, and you notice he is sweating slightly. "Gred bless you," he replies. "All the way from toe to navel." I missed the chance to ask. I misclicked, and missed the chance to ask who might take them. You nod, smiling at the man's whimsy. "So, going to buy anything?" he asks. Scrutinizing his assortment of junk, you can see a few items that would be useful to you. "A fine antique," he says, as you carefully lift the brass pendulum from his tray. "Used by the wizards of the Expanse to power their golems. Only 30 gold pieces. It's too expensive." You replace it on the rug. You lift the vial of potion carefully. "Fresh," the peddler says. "Or fresh enough, anyway. Yours for 18 gold. Why so much?" He shrugs. "You seen any blimberries around here? We'll come back to you." "Some glue?" "Careful not to spill any," the peddler says as he lifts the vial of glue. "It's 15 gold pieces." The glue lets you cast gum, which we have learned counters zip, which is the blink spell. We cannot cast zip because we don't have a pearl ring. That's irritating. I'm going to put it back. You decide to take your leave. The peddler wishes you safe travels with a wink. Weapons dealer? Maybe the weapons dealer will buy my gems. You approach the weapon stall. The trader is extraordinarily thin. He might disappear if he turned sideways. "Welcome, friend," he says. "The army has procured most of my goods, but I have a few items left to sell from my original stock." You're not from Mumping. "There are safer trade routes, yes, I know. But as a bold young man, I heard that the Archmage was offering a fortune for weapons." The trader waves his hand vaguely. "Outfitting a new army or something. I'm not so sure. Of course, once I got here, well," he shrugs. "What happened?" He glances at a passing guard and lowers his voice. "That snake Nylock would only pay me half, and left me stuck on the wrong side of the wall. But what could I do? If I tried to leave, some birdman would have no doubt swooped down, and that would have been the end of it. At least I'm in a state to appreciate my poverty. But what can I do for you?" "Nylock?" He makes a rude noise. "The Archmage's official merchant. She handles all the trade from Mampang. Not us," and he gestures to the crowd, "but the fortress. The guard encampment around the tower. I suppose she's now chiefly interested in outfitting the army." "The army?" "Oh, indeed. Though I couldn't tell you who they're supposed to be fighting. Everyone outside the walls is now dead, or so they say. Now, are you going to buy something, or are we to simply chatter like a clatterman's grandfather?" "What do you have?" "I can see you're a seasoned one, so I won't waste your time with the lumps the common soldier gets stuck with. I have this broadsword, which I can let go for, say, 15 gold pieces. And the best sword in my possession is this cutlass, for 600 gold pieces. Of course, at these prices, you are practically robbing me. But then, so has everyone else in this place. The prices are too expensive." He shakes his head. "This is the best you'll find in this fortress. I'm nearly destitute thanks to Nylock. I cannot go any lower." "But 600 gold pieces!" "This is no ordinary cutlass," the seller rebukes. "The edge is unbreakable. The weight perfect. The blade cannot be dropped or slipped from the hand. It cannot miss. This blade will make you all but invincible." He pauses to wipe spit from his mouth. "It's pretty good, see?" "Maybe not today." "You've seen enough," you nod to the trader. "Farewell." His face droops. "Farewell, then. Do come back." Let's check out the tents. I gotta get rid of these gems somehow. Oh, there's a bunch of places I can go. Wow. There are a few large tents set up, and some stone buildings, too. There is a hawker loudly proclaiming that mysteries and wonders await in his tent. In one corner, a long line of creatures queue outside a low stone building. Really? You join a long line of creatures outside the low stone building ahead of the building of the fortune teller. They're waiting with surprising patience. I'll talk. The creature in front of you is a hobgoblin with long blonde hair and 2 protruding hooked teeth. What is inside this building? You don't know? Why are you waiting here if you don't know? I saw the line. So you just joined? Well, and she shrugs. I suppose when I first joined the line it was for the same reason, but it seems so long ago now. How long have you been waiting? This time? A few hours, maybe. What do you mean this time? She shrugs. Well, this isn't my first visit. No one visits Wide only once. Did you say Wide? That's right. Farron Wide, the great seer of Lower Mompang. See, you have heard of him. She pauses to scratch her chin. If you don't mind, I'd like to get back to waiting. I'm not going to wait in line. You step out of the line once more. The creatures who have joined behind you hurry forward to fill the space, and as they do so, you see it is the themed creature whom you saw coming out of the building. Out of the building. Out of the building? Out of which building? He has rejoined the line directly behind you. Oh! You turn to the thin creature. Didn't you just go in? The creature nods. Yes. What did you learn? Not enough, the creature replies. A little more than last time, though. What did the teller tell you? But the thin creature shakes his head. It's too personal to share, he answers. Besides, without knowing the answers to the previous questions, you wouldn't understand, I think. But it was worth waiting for. He nods. Oh, yes. I mean, once I ask my next question, then I think it'll all be worth it. How many times have you been inside? That was my 15th visit, the creature replies. Every time the future becomes a little clearer. I see real potential now. I could become almost anything. He shivers, smiling. I'm almost giddy with excitement, but I'll have to wait, of course. Please, says the creature, I need to contemplate my next question. We are not getting in this line. We will get in line later. There is definitely something accursed about this building, and you hurry away from it. You walk by the hawker, who is plying her trade to the crowd. Examine the wondrous stone of secrets, she cries. Marvel as it speaks, advises, and prophesies. You approach the hawker, who points right at you. Now here is a discerning patron of the weird and wonderful. Will he enter and experience the mysteries that even our best magical knowledge cannot explain? You are a fraud. What is it? She puffs herself up. The Stone of Secrets is an incredibly rare artifact discovered deep within a lost cave many moons ago. It is the only stone in the world which can speak. It is not powered by magic, but a strange alien force unique in the old world. The greatest magicians of our age have examined it and walked away confounded. How much? 2 gold pieces? I can afford 2 gold pieces. You may enter for the astonishingly small sum of 2 gold pieces. What a bargain! What a steal! Only 2, yes, 2 gold pieces for an entertaining, enlightening, life-changing experience! She is almost assuredly a fraud. But like 2 gold pieces is bubkiss. Sure, you got me. You pay the fee, and the hawker beams, her gaze already slipping past you. Here is a brave soul who has chosen to embrace mystery and wonder. Who will follow him? What's in the tent? Inside the tent, it is dim and cramped. A large stack of boxes sits to one side, a cloth draped over them. Other curiosities, no doubt, that the hawker has shelved in favor of the more profitable stone. Are you kidding me? There's somebody in the boxes. There's absolutely somebody in the boxes. You begin to rifle through the boxes when suddenly you're stopped short. Then a voice booms through the tent. Annalander! A familiar voice. The voice is familiar, but quite impossible. It's the booming tone of Shadrach, the hermit from the Backlands. Shadrach? Yes, it is I! It is good to see you again! He laughs again. After a fashion, at least. What happened? I bound a piece of my spirit to this rock. A desperate move. Why? The Archmage's assassins found my cave. I was staked outside, on a cross. My body is still there, wasting away. I was able to project a fragment of myself into the stone, another into a tree. Oh, I remember the tree. Yep. It will not last long in there. True, Shadrach says. I only saved a small portion of my mind, and the magic binding me to the stone is tenuous. Can I aid you? No, it is best you put me out of your mind. Your own task is all that matters. Can you help me now? I only hope I can help. I am but a rock. The stone dulls in color a touch, as though it sighed. But all I have learned of Mompang has made my heart heavier. Tell me of the Throban doors. Spells. 3 spells, and a 4th. Oh. Yep, the 4th spell is Zed. Okay. Yep, that's confirmation. Since we know that Throban's big spell was Zed. I know they are trapped with spells. 3 spells, and a 4th that required the great Throban to take his life to seal the threshold for all time. But what the spells are, or how they might be overcome, I cannot learn, because no one knows. What is in the abandoned towers? That is the inner college of Mompang, he answers. A place where magic was discovered and researched. The spellbook you carry is based on the researches made in this place. What secrets does Mompang hold, you ask? The greatest secrets are the vaults of Mompang, buried somewhere beneath the city. They hold the treasure of the fortress, but they are heavily guarded. The rock rattles and then falls still for a time. I am sorry, Annalander. I lack the strength to continue speaking, it whispers finally. My body has already failed, and my spirit cannot stay anchored to this rock forever. Keep your wits about you, and know that I am proud. The rock stills as Shadrach's voice fades. Have I really? Mompang hides a vault. Okay, Throban doors are updated. College of Magic. Yep. Okay! And out we go. Outside the tent, the hawker claps you on the shoulder. Well, friend, she says, did the stone unlock the mysteries of the universe for you? Did it dazzle your senses, delight your spirit? Indeed. Excellent, excellent, she claps you on the back. Go and tell everyone you meet, good day. How good am I at liar's dice? Decent. I can play odds. What are the Throban doors important for? They guard the way into the tower. Let's go back over to the stalls. Is there anything here for me? It's the same 2 idiots, right? You return to the stalls, noisy with the sounds of aggressive haggling. Nearby, a fight breaks out over the price of cloth, but there's nothing more to be bought. I see. Because I've already visited. I need to go back there when I have more money. Javine, the sun has almost set. It's fine. You walk west out of the square, following a wide road. It passes by a large gate. Another night begins. You should try to find a place to sleep, especially on an empty stomach. Before you is a stone facade that stretches the length of the street. It seems to be closed for the night. Arched windows are placed evenly, though several panes are missing. Worn steps lead to a door that is rather small for such a large building. But the doors are sealed fast for the night. You can sleep outside. I got cured! I got cured! What is this crap? What? How do I have the trembling sickness again? We literally got cured of the trembling sickness. What? Why? Oh, jeez. Okay, I guess we have the trembling sickness again somehow. This is ridiculous. I don't understand. Like, is it just coming from the habit? Do we need to discard the habit in order to not have the trembling sickness? Does it keep granting me trembling sickness? That's terrible. I gained a bit of maximum stamina? Yahtzee. Alright, Ragnar, is the habit giving me the trembling sickness? Do I need to discard it in order to be cured? This is a direct question. Feel free to answer yes or no. You don't know? Okay, fair enough. Well, that's disappointing. Since we were explicitly cured of the trembling sickness. You never put it on or even seen it. Have you ever caught trembling sickness? Well, anyway, we've been going for almost 3 hours now, and I'm about out of water, so I think I'm going to take this opportunity to take a quick break. No? Well then, that's a point in favor of the habit not actually being helpful. Something to consider. Anyway, we're going to take a quick break. I'm going to go refill water, stretch my legs, etc. If you are new to the stream, yeah, right, then I would appreciate it if you drop me a follow. You can also check out the Discord if you're looking for something to do while I'm gone. I'll post my schedule there. You all know the spiel. You've all heard this millions of times. All right, I'll be back in a bit. Alright, I am back. Ready to keep this going. Play some more sorcery. I got some water. And I got some Doritos. I got some snackies. Sure, in a good place. How y'all doing? I hope the chewing isn't excessively loud. If it is, I'll stop. I have no idea how annoying that's going to be on stream. But, I was feeling Doritos. They are Cool Ranch Doritos. What the heck? Wow, we picked a good place to sleep. Cool, what's going on here? You wake to find the monastery gates have been thrown open. One grins as he... One what? One man, I guess? One grins as he sees you open your eyes. You greet the two men, and one of them grins. They just did that. Greetings, brother, one declares. Feel free to enter, but you'll have to excuse us. My companion and I are a little busy betting on the patterns of the crowds. You nod and make your way through the gate. Oh, this place. Sure. You step into the yard of the monastery. It's much quieter here, and a sense of calm peace exudes from the building, as though protected from the evils of the citadel around. A short flight of steps leads further inside to a wide, busy hall. Nearby, a monk watches you with gentle interest. Greetings, the monk says. You must be a novitiate. Yeah, that's right. Welcome to the fold, then. How are you settling in? Too soon to say. The monk laughs. I feel that way, too. And I have been here many years, she smiles. Do you need assistance, Noviate? Noviate. Isn't it novitiate? Isn't that the word? Beloved JTE. Okay, Mr. Gecko. Where can I get a meal? We all eat together in the hall. It will not be for some time. You nod and move away, disguise intact. Cries and cheers come from inside the monastery building. Tell me more. They're outside betting on stuff, right? Like, is this a monastery of a god of gambling or something? You climb the steps into the monastery building. This place seems rather busy for a monastery. Monks and citizens crowd around long tables, and a commotion is coming from a crowd to one side. Wide doors lead deeper into the monastery itself. Small, iron-lined windows dot the walls, allowing a little light. Most of Effie's monks... Oh, Monk of Effie. Do I know who Effie is? Do I know who Effie is? Isn't Effie like a god of, Is she a goddess of prosperity and luck? We know Effie is not the goddess of grace. That's Fugger. And also, like, Fugger? Folger? Something like that. Alright. I think so. Most of Effie's monks are gambling or betting in one way or another. One stands on one leg, while another counts seconds. Opposite, two monks stand under a tree, guessing when a particular leaf will fall. Along a far wall, surrounded by many spectators, is an intricate racecourse for rats. I could cast a spell. What can I cast? Can I cast luck? I definitely cannot cast luck. What can I cast? We could talk with the rats. Win some money. We could heal ourselves, but we're out of Blimberry. We can rap with the living people. Ooh! I could bring people back to life in here. Amazing. And we can cast Howl. And Farsight. Cool. Good collection of spells. The rattle of dice and the grumble of betting comes from a side chamber. I see. Let's go check out the rat run. You walk up to the rat course, elbowing your way through the crowd. 4 rats are hurrying through an assortment of turns and obstacles, trying to reach a molding morsel of cheese fixed to a spike at the far end. A monk with scars on his face directs the proceedings. The scarred monk looks up to you. Here to bet? I have questions. Ask away. Are the rats magical? What? No! Why would we use magic rats? They just run, after all. The monk shivers. What a horrible idea, anyway, a magical rat. Do the rats enjoy racing? I don't know. They run without rotting. Could be they like the cheese. What can I win? He stares at you. Gold, of course. That's what betting is. Are you new to this? He peers at your habit curiously. The monk is called away by another to supervise another race. You leave the rat course behind. Okay, what happens if I cast rap here? Or yap, rather. I can't cast right next to the rat race, but maybe I can cast it here and it'll let me go to the rat race with the wig on? Under my cowl, presumably? Pulling out the green wig, you put it on and cast the spell. There are no animals around you to talk to, but from the rat race course you hear a tiny voice. I win again, it squeaks. The cheese is mine, you bumpkins! Love it. Okay, let's go check out the rat run. They're having fun. A bet, I hope? What the crap? That's way too much money. I wish to bet, you declare. This should be an interesting race, the monk handling the wagers assures you. The stake will be 30 gold pieces. What do you say? I'll pass this round. You decline to bet and the race goes on. The rat you had your eye on loses by inches. Next round starting soon, the scarred monk shouts. You in for this one? The monk asks you. 30 gold pieces. What do you say? Nah. Don't have enough money to bet. Alright, let's make a move here. How do I feel about betting some money on liar's dice? I could pay 10 gold. I could put 10 gold up on a game of liar's dice. Let's go. Let's go. 3 dice each. Oh, that's low. That's a lot of 3s. By Effie. Notice the guards seem most agitated, brother. I had not noticed. Oh, perhaps they're readying to move out into the world beyond. The Annalander himself, perhaps. He has to go to 4 4s. Or 3 4s here. Oh, he's calling my 3s. Lucky. Your general strategy is not to raise the stake, so you don't have at least 2 rounds worth of gold. I see. He had 2 4s, though, so he couldn't go 3 4s. He bet legitimately. You seem more open than most I meet in Mompang. I want to eventually bid 3 2s, I think. Although this guy is pretty good at calling. Maybe I should just start with the 2 2s. That's not the question I want to ask, though. Wow, starting at 3 is rough. Do us monks command respect, Rear? A little. More with some than with others. If he thinks there are 2 3s, I know there's not 2 of anything else. He thinks there are 2 3s. I think I call. I think he doesn't have 2 3s. Perhaps if we were better gamblers. Yep. Oh, there even were 3 2s. Wow, I could have escalated either way. Lucky me. He's starting with a 4. Do I think he has that 4? Has he bid anything he hasn't had? He had a 3 and a 2 that round. So he started with a 4 in order to make me bid 2 of something. But he's not starting with a 4 because he knows he has a 4. I'll bid 2 4s. If he doesn't have a 4, he'll call. He thinks there's 3 4s? I have to call that. There's definitely not more than anything else. He did have a 4. Too bad. Alright, I think if I say 1 4 and he says 2 4s, I'm in trouble. I can say 1 2. And we'll see what he thinks. He thinks there's a 3. Okay, I think there's a 4, and there is no possible way for him to win. If that is a 3. The thought of playing dice to the end of my days was most appealing. Well, there's definitely a 4, and there's not 2 of anything. There are not 2 3s, my friend! I still lose my fair share of money at this table, but the monastery supplies me. Perhaps you may now lose some more. I win, don't I? The monk nods with great pleasure and hands over 10 gold pieces as you take back your stake. A fine match, the monk declares. Another? Not for now. But okay, so I can have as much money as I want, as long as I'm good at liar's dice. That's good to know. More incentive to buy things I need at the market. But, or if you're good at rats, fair enough. It does stop eventually? Oh, really? But they think I'm a monk. I might be able to get something else out of them. This is enough gold for now. I can do other things if I want to. I don't intend to be good at rats. You decline. The monk nods. True luck does not always favor play, he agrees. You get it from the long table, the monk bidding you goodbye. Got like 1,000 gold? Jeez, I do not have that kind of patience. Let's see what else is in the monastery. You walk deeper into the cool of the monastery. It's much quieter in here. Your footsteps echo on the cool stone floor as you emerge into a wide hall. Pews line one side, and an altar is in the corner. You pause for a while to listen to the singing. It is a strange tune, restless, sometimes harmonious, but at other times horrifically atonal. It is as though all the singers are singing their own songs, letting them coincide or conflict as luck would have it. The effect is rather unsettling, and not especially pleasant. You take a moment to rest on one of the stone benches. It's a peaceful spot, perhaps the most peaceful in all of Montpang. Chanting fills the space. You could explore the monastery further, or return to the streets. You head down a short flight of steps into the dormitories, nodded at by passing brethren. You find a row of plain cots and a table cluttered with different games of chance. No monks are present, as they are all busy with their duties. Several spare monks' habits hang from pegs in the wall. You climb back up the stairs to the quiet chamber. Oh, do I? You head back to the main chamber. Behind you, the ceremony comes to an end, and monks file past into the courtyard. The abbot himself emerges from the room, in quiet discussion with a few senior monks. You catch the abbot's sleeve. Your head is bowed under your cowl, but he still stops you. And what do you think you are doing? He demands. It's not what you think, you insist. You cannot fool me so easily, the abbot smiles. Should you not be polishing the steps, novitiate? He turns you gently about by the shoulders, explaining a few points about the laziness of the younger orders. The abbot deposits you in the courtyard. Effie be with you, he murmurs, before moving away. He's into it. Cool. I'm really annoyed that I can't cast luck. What did we find out? We have Doc, we have Farsight, we have How. I wonder if Farsight shows me which rat's gonna win. You settle into a sitting position on the ground and take out the orb of crystal. Reaching up to the stars, you create the magic, and suddenly you find yourself somewhere quite new. You see yourself laying down bet after bet against a table full of scurrying creatures, but without rhyme or reason. Days seem to pass, and you grow thin and haggard, the crown forgotten in an ecstasy of gambling. The vision, a rather puritanical one at that, fades. Huh. I guess whatever spirit or energy is granting me visions of the future has opinions about gambling. Well then. Alright, let's move on. We can't, like, explore the rest of the... Alright, whatever. So I could go back to the market now that I have a little bit more money. There is definitely stuff that I would not mind buying. I'm almost assuredly going to need that pendulum. What is going on over here? Courtyard of Effie. Yeah, let's buy it now, and then we'll continue on our way towards the rest of the college. Wait, what did you just say? Market sells very little food. Most here are trading in trinkets or tools. Where do the citizens of Mompang eat? That assumes they eat it all. You return! Something catch your eye? The brass pendulum. Oh, but I need to keep at least 10 gold pieces in order to be able to gamble more. Let's put it back for now. But buy... What happened to the Blimberry? The Blimberry's gone. Are you kidding me? Alright. Never mind. Maybe the weapons dealer can tell us what to do with the gems. No. Eventually I'll figure out what to do with these things. Maybe next time I die, I'll be able to run through the earlier dialogues with the peddler. The road curves along the edge of a tall stone wall, eventually reaching a low metal door. Really? The door is made of thin strips of metal riveted together, with a few gaps and holes between the plates. Peering through the holes, you make out a sea of waving grass stalks, tall and clearly half wild. Whatever, I guess we're just exploring, sure. You push at the door and are surprised to find it's not locked. It is, however, heavy enough that it swings shut when you release it. Okay, let's check it out. The door slams shut behind you. Okay, whatever. Move away from the door and into the grasslands. Wading through the long wheat like this will be hard work. The sun is now in the lowest quarter of the sky. Well, there is a path to whatever's going on over here, right? You walk on through the long grass. Something large slithers over your foot. Hopping back, you see a large snake disappear into the wheat. It's not a serpent, so I don't care. You back away from the snake. The stalks close around you. Where did it go? I don't care. Not interested. You stride onwards through the field of wheat. The spire stands in front of you, as high as an ancient tree, but impossibly thin. How can it stay upright? At the base is an opening, just large enough to enter. The spire is built from tiny stacked stones into a low pointed tower. It's clearly old and somewhat poorly maintained. There is a low door at its base, though it hardly seems large enough for a person to enter. You could venture inside the dim space within the narrow spire. The sun is almost set, and the sky has turned a deep purple. Soon it will be dark once more. Weak light filters in from above, but the ceiling is shrouded from view. There is no floor, but the grass underfoot is pale and short. The center of the room is a small shrine. Ooh. A cut stump of wood on which stands a tiny clay idol. You approach the shrine with cautious reverence. A hefty tree stump, it has been carried here and carefully cut and sanded. The idol on top is unpainted clay. The idol is small enough that you need to squat to see it. It is roughly made with pits and defects. It's human-shaped, clutching a sword that points towards the ground. It lacks a face, and is unnaturally cold to the touch, as though it drank your warmth. Whoa. Creepy. Maybe we leave it alone. You investigate around the shrine, but find nothing except a rotten ladder bolted to one wall. Most of its rungs are missing. Can I climb it? You attempt to scale the ladder, but there are too few handholds, and the ladder is far too old to be of any use, even if there was anything worth climbing up to. Well then. Fascinating. And then do we want to check out this rubble? Seems dangerous. That snake's gonna attack. Ruins. Maybe we could sleep in the ruins? You move onwards through the long grass. The grass here is strewn with rubble and rocks, which make the going difficult. The blocks have fallen from the outer wall, and a sheer drop beckons to the west. You search through and around the stones. Eventually you come across something. A human arm bone underneath one large block. Presumably, this unfortunate was standing below the wall when it fell. You curl up amongst the uncomfortable stones, but cannot get comfortable. Perhaps there's a better spot elsewhere in this field. Irritably, you get back to your feet. Look over the edge? Let's move back away from the edge. All is dark. Danger. Snake? Walk onwards. I'll sleep in the spire. Should provide a safe place to sleep. I agree. But your sleep is not without interruption. In the dead of night, you are stirred by a bright light playing over your eyes. You lift your eyelids a crack to see a brilliant bright glow radiating from the idol on the altar. It pulses like a breath. Your breath clouds in front of your face. When did it become so cold? You watch, and a worshipper arrives. A hunched figure scuttles into the chamber to crouch before the idol. They have not noticed you, or else you are unimportant to them. They are whispering to the idol, voice soft and pleading. Nope, I'm not interested. You do what you want. You wait, regulating your breathing to appear asleep. The figure continues to whisper at the idol, their words becoming increasingly frantic. They stop mid-sentence, holding back a sob. After a long pause, they turn away from the altar, struggling to their feet. Maybe they'll tell us what's going on here? You open your eyes as the figure passes the end of where you lie. Greetings. The figure gasps. Anna-Lantern, you're awake? Do you know me? You ask. Your voice is calm in the gentle darkness of the spire. The figure chokes a sob. I have always loved you. How could I not recognize you now? Does the figure lie? You cannot see the eyes below the cowl. I'm pretty sure The only person who has ever professed to love me throughout the entirety of this game is the goblin. But the goblin wouldn't know that I'm the Annalander, would she? So maybe this is that one girl that we played Swindlestones with that became very, very old and was weirdly unstuck in time. Like, we were unstuck in time, right? But, like, she had the cave and there were a bunch of clues there. I don't remember her name. But maybe it's her? My own long hair is trying to kill me. I do not recognize you. The figure nods. I know, it whispers. It's more than I can bear, but I cannot control my heart. I was made to love you. What? Made by whom? You ask with growing fear. Who else? The figure replies sadly. But I love you too much to do what I was made to do. A single tear catches the light as it rolls down the figure's cheek. Why are you crying? The figure wails suddenly. Oh, Annalander, the figure gasps. I prayed for a vision of you, but what I was told... Tell me. The figure's voice is cracking as it speaks. Did I gain stamina or lose stamina just now? I think I lost stamina. I'm not sure. The figure's voice is cracking as it speaks. You will die here in Mompang. Before you ever reach the great doors of Throbin, you will die. Get out while you can. I already have. The figure is shaking its head sadly. You will die over and over and over again. I might. With that, the figure rushes out into the night, sobbing and wailing as though their heart were breaking. The remainder of the night passes in uneasy sleep. You sleep. You do not dream. I did gain considerable gold. Entered the monastery of Effie the Fortuitous and found no new clues. The Archmage remains unaware of you. Good. Alright, I think we just leave. Oh, wait, it's the serpent. The stalks nearby shiver. And then the snake you saw earlier bursts up. You twist away as it rears up and goes for your neck, and your blade is out before it can disappear again, and you track it with hawk eyes. But you've fought larger serpents than this one. Can I yap with the animals? Can we talk? This serpent does not want to talk with me. I could law. Interesting. Six or sap? What does law get me here? None of this is particularly interesting to me. I don't need to sharpen my sword. My sword's pretty good. I don't really want to spend the 3 stamina on casting law. Maybe we'll just fight it? It's weird that cut down the wheat is an option. Because it's an option, I kind of want to do it. Keeping your eye on the snake, you slash around it. The wheat falls in rough clumps, giving you a better view of the creature. It will not be able to hide as easily, giving you an edge in the fight. Alright, well, I guess we're fighting a serpent. A tiny serpent. Oh, look at the little serpent. Look at the tiny little... I couldn't cast SSS. It was not an option. My only S spells were 6 and Sap. Look at the little guy. You're gonna get slaughtered, buddy. The serpent's great coils are winding around your feet. In a moment, they will tighten and snap your ankles. You slash out at it, hoping to cut off its head, as it launches forward like lightning. The terrible creature can barely hold up its neck. The serpent is retreating, but you give chase. Launching off your heels, you lunge for the beast's neck. It slips away from beneath your blade. The serpent's movements have become sluggish and pained. And no matter what happens, he dies here. Not a problem at all. Rest in peace, serpent. The serpent is now afraid. Swinging up from a low crouch, you aim to sever its head. With a great cloud of dust, the head of the serpent crashes to the ground, and the light in its eyes goes forever dark. No stamina lost. Flawless fighting. Well, is that the only thing we think we'll find? We searched the cornfield. Wheat field, I guess. I'm just gonna go fumble around in the field. Oh. You suddenly stop. You've seen a prone form lying in the grass up ahead. The figure is a strange creature with long, flat-bladed arms, a little like the curious farmers you saw in the fields of Lower Kare. The figure is fast asleep, an empty wineskin by its side. You shake the figure on the shoulder until it opens its eyes. Instead of yawning, it lets out a series of small chirps. "Yeah, right," it says. "I should probably get back to work." You look over the creature, and it stares back at you, large teeth bared in what might be a smile. Its eyes are glossy like an insect's, and you see a harsh reflection of yourself in them. Who are you? What an odd question. I'm me. As you speak, the creature idly shaves off some grass with a blade. Do you live in this field? I usually sleep here, but sometimes I sleep closer to the market where I get my food. What do you eat? It raises its arms. Apples, mostly, and wheat. Are you from here? It asks. No. There's something beyond the walls? The farmer's eyes flick animatedly with interest. Or with something like interest. There's a whole world outside. My goodness! What is it like? This conversation is oddly like talking to a plant. I've seen others like you. Incredible! What are they like? Do they harvest too? The creature beams and sits up. It's so nice to sit with a human. Most avoid the fields or spit at me and call me a name. Now what is it? Friend? I've never heard that word before. He shrugs and picks his nose with a blade tip. Perhaps it is a jest. I don't usually stay long enough for me to find out. They're laughing as they say it. The creature bows its head to you. Not every day I get to spend time with a human, the farmer says. Few come by here, and most ignore me. Say, perhaps a game of Swindlestones, or a drink. We'll play dice. I'll play a game of dice with Mr. Scythehands. That sounds like fun. Grumph. Where do you live? Near the market? Further away. Do not worry about where I'm from. I'm a visitor. 2 4s. Visitor? Never heard of such a thing. Have you been to the monastery? Can you not see I'm a monk? There are great dice players there, the very best. I'm losing this one. There's no way. I didn't think so. But once he bid 3 4s, I was out. At least there's no stakes here. What do you know of the Archmage's vaults? Yeah, right. Thief, are ya? Oh, there's definitely not 3 2s. Gotcha. Yeah, there's not 3 of anything. Let me see. Maybe there's 2 4s. Because I think there's not 3 of anything again. I don't think there's 3 4s. Aces. I was once again right. There is not 3 of anything. But there are 2 4s. Good luck. Good luck. Do you know how to get through the Throbin door? They say it's opened by magic. Trapped by magic and opened by magic. He thinks there's 2 3s? If he thinks there's 2 3s, I think there's 3 3s. Oh no, sir! There is not 4 3s. You are not good at this game. Oh, he should have called my 3. He'd have got me. Do you enjoy farming? I've never done it. It's accurate. Perhaps a human with hands like yours may find purpose in other work, but not me. You seem most loyal to Montpeng. Well played, the farmer says. Would you like another game? I think I've gotten everything I'm going to get out of you. The the farmer offers you an apple as a token of appreciation. What a guy. I'll share a drink with you. The creature offers you a dark purple drink, which it insists is simply water. It smells awful. Yeah, it's made from apples. You know, mostly apples. Yeah, whatever, I'll try it. Can't be that bad, right? You take a drink. It tastes like the sewers beneath Kare, but afterwards you feel strangely refreshed. I'm very careful about what I drink, the creature says. No ale or strange potions, only pure water for me. Wow. You elect to keep going. The farming creature nods to you, then scurries away across the grass. The grass waves and wafts around your feet. This could be a bucolic paradise if it wasn't for the looming ghoul of the sorcerer's spike to the east. The air stirs a little, still cold, but fresh. Alright, we're gonna go through the rest of the field. I don't know if I'm gonna find anything. Like, I probably won't. But I'm curious. Just always curious. Oh. This is how I leave. I forgot about this door. Stand in the shadow of the outer wall by the great sealed door. Alright, well. That's fine. Yep, so nothing else here except for the door. Excuse me? You walk on through the long grass. You almost trip over a half-rotten tree stump, lost in the long grasses. A low murmuring comes from inside the ancient wood. Look! Don't! You squat down and peer at the stump. A bee crawls from a crack in the wood and takes off into the air as you watch. Okay, so I could get some beeswax, but I think it'll cost me. I think it'll cost me quite a bit of stamina. I think I'm okay. But, I'm glad to know that's there, just in case I do need to come back and get beeswax. Alright, we're going to check out the college. Continue along the road. You pass a side street, leading off to a maze of smaller streets and alleys. Nope, not today. Get thee behind me, alleys. The road leads away towards a ruined portion of the citadel. You are into the middle part of the day, and yet the citadel is still cold. The road ends in a tall wall of obsidian black bricks, tall enough to keep out a giant. But the wall is crumbled, brought down by the piercing gripweed veins that cover its length. You could scramble over the fallen stones and inside easily enough. The sun is beginning to lower, and the air begins to cool. You scramble up onto a block and peer over the wall. Beyond stretches an empty region of lapping water, from which tall, isolated, gloomy towers rise. Strange noises reach you from across the wall. Ooh, sand. You scramble up and over the broken wall onto a narrow strand of stone on the edge of a watery pool. Towers rise on all sides, connected by spidery paths. The sun begins to dip, heading towards the horizon. Sand is scattered over the edge of the pool. You scoop up a couple of handfuls of usable sand. The path between towers awaits. The path! You got it, buddy. You leave the shade of the wall and follow the stepping stones out across the water. Everywhere, the signs of ruin abound. Weeds crack the stones, turret roofs and buttresses have collapsed into heaps. Why has the Archmage allowed such ruin? You cannot help but shiver. You are back amongst the haunted, powerful towers of the Inner College. The path splits here, with the shortest way leading up an arched doorway in a nearby tower. You look over at the nearby tower. It is squat and ugly, with a low, slightly squalid archway leading inside, but you must keep moving. Alright, let's start off with the east path over here. Come back down into this tower. There's so many towers we want to look at, right? Yeah, let's start off going up here. Then we'll check out this tower afterwards. And maybe hit this one on the way back. Presumably this loops around, right? Yeah, it definitely does. Oh, I don't know that it does, actually. No, there's a door there. Okay, so I can get from here into here. Oh, and even from here I can get into these towers. Okay. Yep. East path. Here we go. Path of stepping stones runs across the dark water and seems quite unsafe. The sun lowers toward the horizon. Over the wall, you hear the sounds of the city, but they seem muffled by the air of this place. The path finally ends at the base of another tower. The sound of music floats quietly out, paced by the tramp of sodden, dancing footsteps. Oh, somebody's casting Jig. Okay. Music through the doorway. It's rhythmic, steady, perhaps a touch mournful. It seems to loop endlessly, on and on. Squat and wide. Yep. Alright. Let's see if we can figure out the counterspell to Jig. Clouds rumble as they roll across the dimming sky. It'll be night soon. You cross the waters and push your way inside the crumbling tower without knowing what you might find. A long entrance hallway turns a sharp corner, widening gradually. A patch in the ceiling drips water. You hear the echo of music, soft and rhythmic. The hallway opens without a door into a larger space. A ballroom. The gilded ceiling is collapsing in places. The furnishings are long rotten. But still a melancholic tune is playing from somewhere in the walls. On the polished wooden floor, dancers turn and wheel in slow arcs. Ooh! Okay, so I think I want the Bottle of Magical Dissolution to hold the spirits of the 3 counter spells. I don't want a Dissolution here, I think. Can I watch the dance? Wow, no, I'm not dancing along. Absolutely not. The 3 counter spells with a throw engage for the crown. Oh, that's a good question, actually. I don't know. You watch them waltz. Their movements are disturbing to see, rigged and poised on the downbeat, but sagging after each step. Backs droop and limbs go slack until the rhythm yanks them back up. Alright, let's see. Oh, that's the wrong spell. That's not what I wanted! You step across the room, heading for the far door. But in the middle, you find yourself distracted by the music, turning and turning about. The tune is simple and yet compelling, the rhythm quite hypnotic. You feel yourself driven to keep time. Your pace carries you back to the doorway you came in by, and there, thankfully, the sensation fades. Alright, we don't know what the counterspell is yet. It might be mud. Nope, mud is quicksand, which is counterspelled by Foth, so it's not mud. Res? Do we think Jig is counteracted by Res? I mean, I could resurrect the corpses. I kind of want to try that. I have extra holy water. It could be Gum, but we know that Cum is counteracted by something else. Gum is counteracted by Zip, so it's not Gum. It might be Dumb. It might be Dud. Ah, Dumb causes clumsiness. Okay, it's absolutely this one. You weave the constellations into a pattern around you, and the music hits a sour note. Dancers begin to careen about, bouncing off the wall or into each other. The music becomes atonal, a dissonant screech that builds to an intolerable level. Then it cuts off, and the dancers collapse in unison. A counterspell, then. So the spell of clumsiness opposes the enchantment of dancing. Yup, as expected. Alright. So we have Dumb, and we know that Dumb is now counterspelled by Jig. Cool! More information. The corpses lie still, mere piles of bone. Silence of the room is almost worse than the cloying music. What? No, I want to stay here! I'm going back in. Look into the water? Move on. We've done this before. It's the same. That's interesting. Now quiet and still. Oh, I can't do anything else there? I can't res them? That's really sad. Again with a trembling sickness. There's no point in eating if I can't gain stamina from it. Good work, well done. Most likely kill you in the morning, right? Pretty much. The early morning sun makes the air glow. You approach the next tower nervously. Once inside, you immediately break out into a smile. This tower might be gloomy, but it's certainly a relief after the ruin outside. What? Random happiness? You have a quick peek around the room, this way and that. It's curiously dark. You pay special attention to the corners, hoping to find something interesting. A colorful spider, maybe, or some nice juicy moss. You don't see anything, and after a while start to feel a bit let down. The atmosphere of this place seems genuinely good for you. What a charming place! Is this God? This might be God. And the counter spell to God is Nap. I don't understand. Which spell is this? None of these spells are like happiness. I think the closest is God. Can I just leave? You head for the door, but get distracted by the view of the world outside. Moves left and right a little as you sway from side to side. Why would you leave? This empty chamber is fascinating. You turn around on the spot a few times to get a full view and fall over. Oh boy. You look over at the doors. There's one behind you and one in front. When you try to count them, you find you can't quite manage it. It's probably because turning to look at one means the other one is behind, so you can't see it anymore. And you can hardly count something you can't see, after all. Eventually, you decide there are most likely 2 doors here, even if you can't really be certain. Well, praying for aid isn't going to work. Sit down. You drop down onto all fours, quite merrily. This is no kind of place to sleep, but it's a great place to cross your legs. You try crossing them one way, and then the other, but neither way is really comfortable. You are forced to stand up once more. Clearly, there is something wrong with the floor. You pause where you stand to regard the cracks in the flagstone underfoot. You trace them this way and that. They form loops, branch, and then rejoin. It is, you realize after some time, almost as though all the stones fitted together. After tracing a crack for several minutes only to have it disappear under your own boot, you look up once more. Leave? You have another try for the far door, though you are by now turned around enough that you can't really be sure which door is which. Stepping out into the open, you feel a slight headache coming on, as though you had drunk too much ale. Wow. The dim chamber. Oh, it's muddle. Muddle is like vague happiness and idiocy. Yeah, okay. The dim chamber. Yeah. All right. We still don't have any information about what the counterspell for dim might be, but dim is certainly a spell. And now we know. Well, next tower, I guess. Oh! It's the sleepless ram. We have to cast Jig here. I don't have a flute. This is a problem. I don't know how to make music without having a flute. Or, this is a ram that has been turned to stone from rock. This is probably the sleepless ram. Deadly statue in the Fortress of Mompang. But maybe not? We're not in the fortress, right? We're in the inner college? You follow the path and make your way into the next weird tower, wondering what you will find this time. What is this place? Why was it built? The chamber is large, circular, and peppered with dark alcoves. The floor is pure marble, as are the walls. In the center, standing on a pedestal of rough stone, is a large stone sculpture of a ram. You scan the room. Nothing moves, but the darkness in the alcoves might hide something. Across the room is a set of double doors, large enough that 3 ogres can walk through. Another doorway leads north, but the path in that direction has crumbled to ruin. Has it? If you say so. You pause to admire the statue. It's about twice your height, cut smoothly into the glossy rock. The craftsmanship is impressive, sculptured fur that looks soft enough to touch. There's only one flaw. The eyes lack pupils, and are instead solid white orbs. You cannot shake the feeling that the statue is looking at you. Across the room, my god. We're turning back. Oh, no, we're dead. You pick one of the alcoves at random to explore. It seems bare at first, more of a stone niche than anything else, but then you see something piled in the corner. Just then the statue behind you moves. Its marble body groans with strain as its head lifts to face you. It shakes itself, the stone flaking. 2 blank eyes stare you down. It jerks and twitches as it raises a leg. It brings a hoof down onto the stone. The air shudders with the force of a single step. The ram descends from the pedestal, never taking its eyes from you. Before you stands one of the Archmage's deadliest servants, the Sleepless Ram. You shift your weight, ready to leap or attack, but the ram simply stares, unblinking and unmoving. Then it takes one more halting step, lowers its head, and begins to charge. There's no time for any singing. I like wait for it here. You hold your nerve as the creature pounds closer. Jump onto its back? No, we'll just dodge. At the last minute, you leap sideways, but the rampaging beast still clips you as it passes. Oh my god, Icarus. Knocking you to the floor. Dazed on the ground, you hear the thunderous steps as the creature turns. You get to your feet, nauseous. By simply entering this room, you have sealed your fate. This is now a fight for your life. Sing to it! You know the ram can be sung to sleep, but as you ready yourself to try, you realize Dintantia never mentioned what song to sing. Perhaps it is just music in general. We'll try a lullaby. Facing the ram, you sing the soothing lullaby from your village, but the creature clearly doesn't care for the tune and charges. It knocks you down and narrowly misses crushing your skull like a melon as you scramble away. You catch your breath and ready yourself to try something else. Nope, that's not right. Voice wavering, you try to sing the Song of Slang, chanted in the Temple of Kare. The song has no effect. You escape being gored by mere seconds, beginning to feel that Dintantia was lying to you. You can barely muster the breath to sing anymore, so you whisper the strange wordless chant you overheard in the monastery of Effie, as best you can. The song does not put the ram to sleep, but rather causes it to charge straight at you. And miss! You roll out safely to one side. You're running out of songs, not to mention the bravery required to sing them. The ram's hooves beat the floor. Your voice dries up in your throat. You know, I don't think I've ever seen a J. Like, I don't have a bamboo flute, but I don't think I've ever seen a J for the purposes of casting J. Gum is possible. Dopin? Doze is possible, apparently. As is dumb. We have sap and six. Six might work. I like the... Oh, I don't have glue, do I? Which is the quicksand one? Mud. Ah. Well, that's not an option. We could zap it. That's not going to work. We could wall. That might work. I don't think this is a particular spell. I think 6 is more likely to help than wall. Give it more targets. You cast the enchantment, and 5 clones step out from behind you, forming a semicircle. The clones run in all directions, taunting the ram. The creature at first is confused, but falls for the bait, charging after the clones and leaving the way clear for you to run to the far door. Oh. The ram pulverizes your faithful clones one by one, until the room is littered with broken bodies, each with your features. You turn from the frightful sight and face the door. Well, I guess we'll wall. Remind me what wall does. I mean, I know it creates a wall, but like... Wall is impervious to all missiles, creatures, or other material objects. Why does wall have the same image as the tower? Why is wall top but backwards? That's super weird. Alright, let's cast wall. Illustrations cost money. Okay. Yeah, you're probably right. My first time casting this spell. Throwing up an invisible barrier in front of you. Just in time, too, as the ram charges at you. It stopped cold by the magic, but the magic will not hold forever. Retreat? I don't want to go in there. Oh god, I gotta go all the way around, huh? Alright, well, I guess we're going around. Not dropping a stone into the water! Didn't do anything last time, it's not going to do anything this time. Why keep going? Do I hear sap? Is sap the opposite of dim? Depression as opposed to, like, delight? You hear a sound like scratching. The scratching is mixed with a gentle mewling. You meow back with enthusiasm. Nothing responds. The tower wall appears to be solid stone. Can I cast tar? Thank you, Icarus. I cannot cast tar, but I can maybe cast Dopin. You turn the starlight into alignment around you, but nothing happens. The wall is solid stone after all then, with no hidden doors. Or none this spell can find, at least. You feel across the stone wall, but it seems quite solid. But the mewling is clearly louder, with your ear pressed close. You knock on the stone. Nothing happens. You kick the wall, to no effect other than bruising your toe. Ram the wall? No thank you. What else can I cast here? We still can't cast Tar, which is the counterspell to Purr. Dopin didn't help. Dock, we don't have the materials for. Oh, but I can talk with animals. Let's talk with animals. Maybe this way I can understand the mewling. Taking the wig from your pack, you wear it and form your spell. For a moment, you seem to hear a pleading voice calling, "Join us! Join us! Join us!" Then the voice fades, replaced by just the scratching noise once more. You take off the wig. Where am I? The Mewling Tower. I see. Can't say I like this. What other spells are available? How? I can cast Cat? I can also cast Cat. Well, alright. Is the tower a cat? You weave the spell. The meowing grows louder. Then a portion of the wall seems to tumble away to reveal a room in motion beyond. You step through the opening. Do I? I'm going to die. I'm going to die to all of these cats. Rooms of cats. You find yourself in a room stuffed full of cat-like creatures. You're almost too distracted to see the wall seal up behind you. This chamber is small, with a low ceiling, and it is laid with rugs, beds, and fur. Mews, purring, and hissing come from all over. There must be a few dozen cats in here. Play with the cats? You spend some time playing with the cats. It's a rather refreshing experience. A small stream gurgles in the corner, from which the cats gently lap, careful not to dip so much as a toe in the water. Cute. You bend down and scratch a playful tabby behind the ears. Ah, now I can counter it. No, I cannot. I can cast Top? Really? That seems unlikely. But I can talk with the animals. That's good, right? Removing the green wig, you pull it onto your head and complete the spell. A sleek black cat sidles up, rubbing against your legs. Hello, he says. My name is Cardamom. Cardamom the kitty! How long have you lived here? At least 4 lives. Does the magic sustain you? He cocks his head. Magic? No. I have entirely no idea what you mean. You are clearly magical. Well, I'm wonderful, obviously, he says. I am a cat, after all. How did you get here? We've always been here, he says with a shrug. There's plenty of water and mice always coming through, so we do not worry. Do you know the Archmage? The cat looks at you with blank eyes, but says nothing. Cardamom flicks one ear. Well, to be honest, he remarks, you seem rather dull. Cardamom winds between your legs and wanders off. The spell wears off as he goes. You catch one athletic-looking tabby pounce on a mouse, which turns to smoke as it is caught. I guess? Is that fun? That doesn't seem like food, but that's probably fun. Alright, if I'm not talking to the cats, what else am I doing? I can purr my way out again, probably. We have Doc. We have Farsight. Down to visit the future. You see yourself in the room of cats, but your skin is old and wrinkled. Your hair flows around your feet. Your belly is ravenous with hunger, but you do not find yourself needing to eat. Instead, you simply stroke cat after cat, never tiring, simply growing old. Apparently, we could live here forever if we wanted. The wall through which you entered is shimmered back into visibility, but you notice that the cats are able to pass in and out quite freely. If you accompany one, you might be able to make it through. Cats of all sizes and shapes fill the room. They lounge, hunt, scamper, and play. What a fantastic room. I'm glad this room exists. Alright, let's make purr happen again and see what is the result. If I cast purr in the purr room, what occurs? You have the sense of a few more cats spilling out from the pile somewhere, but they may have been there anyway. Cool. You get up to leave, and a tabby cat jumps onto your arm, pulling you down with surprising force. You find yourself tickling the creature behind the ears. Your robe is getting covered in fur. Once more, you try to push yourself to your feet, but a mackerel-colored black cat rolls over. You cannot help but start rubbing the feline between the forelegs. There is something very wrong with this room. I can cast Top, but I can't cast Tar. Maybe I just don't know the spell? You craft the enchantment, and a steady voice begins to speak to you. The voice is silent for a moment, then finally declares, "There is no way out of this room." Huh. The future is cats. There is nothing left but cat. The cats clearly have an unhappy existence here, so you decide to liberate one and pick a black cat. But on contact, the beast transforms from a delicate, tender friend into a frenetic ball of claws and angry fur. You soothe it with strokes and kind words, and the evil little creature goes for your eyeballs. You drop it like a hot coal, and it dashes off into the pile. Once more you stand to leave, and a cheerfully insistent white cat scrapes at your cloak, pulling you back down. You are compelled to begin stroking the creature on the throat. You stroke a cranky cat near its tail. You feel much better for it. Huh. Well, we've tried Farsight. We can't dock. We've tried How. Can I zip? I don't have a green ring. I can zap. I don't want to make lightning. That seems like a bad choice. Dop doesn't work. So is Top the only thing left to try? I guess Zap is the thing left to try. Let's try Top, I guess. Oh no! Oh, okay, this is bad. I'm not even gonna read it. That's bad. I don't want that to happen. You and several cats have been squashed. Oh no. The poor cats. Mistakes. Alright. Zed's dead, baby. Lost another point of maximum stamina. I sure have. Died again and found no new clues. Well, at least what's-his-face is unaware of me. Alright, let's try and get cured of the sickness again. No bottom. So this is the same, it looks like. Oh well. Oh. Give her a coin. What happened? But you survived. And now you're a beggar. Can you still heal? I don't want to make her mad. I have killed a Sight Master. You feel the symptoms of the trembling sickness fading away. She smiles warmly. Okay, so that means that if I eat now... Nope! I still have the trembling sickness. All right. Well, we're going to go to the market, and let's see if the what's his face guy can tell me where I can vendor these gems. Offer to sell my gems. Who might take them? Try Hummingbird the weapons dealer. He's nuts. Why are you selling junk? He cackles, which ends in a tremendous coughing fit. Oh, you know, another person's treasure, right? Why call it junk? People will pay for it no matter what I say, if they truly want it. I see no reason to lie. Junk covers it, right? But of course. Well... the price has gone up! Huh. I wonder why the price has gone up. Maybe by refusing to humor him. Interesting. Do you buy gemstones? I was told you might. You opened up your pack a little for him to see the gemstones piled up in your bag. His eyes open wide. Very nice, he says. Not much market for trinkets in Mompeng, of course. So, I could trade the gems for his super good sword, I guess? I think I'd rather have the money. Where did you get it? It washed up in the fountain of the merchant's yard. To my very great surprise. The fountains are fed by rivers. I suppose something must have sunk somewhere once upon a time. Or else someone dropped it there by accident. I want the sword. $600. Oh. Farewell. Alright, so we'll have to try again with the other vendor at some point and see if we can get the prices back down to 30. I should probably just pitch this Monk's Habit. You shake the potion and the water inside turns a beautiful clear color once more. Oh. So I can clear it from whatever it has. That's interesting. Do need to figure out what's going on with that fistful of gems. Not this guy, though. Unfortunately. I don't think I want the sword. Although apparently it's a very nice sword. I've already done this run, though. And it hasn't helped. Z level of rewind seems more tedious than the normal rewind. Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's +1 of the Assassin's Blade. Yeah, that's not worth the gems, if I can actually get money for them. I would much rather get money. Because money solves a lot of other problems that I need solving. And I don't want to have to place Swindle Stones for it. What is going on with this Trembling Sickness? How do I get rid of it? Like, if somebody wants to look this up, feel free. Do I need to discard the Monk's Habit in order to get rid of it? Because this is such a hassle. Oh, I don't have the hair anymore, do I? Yep, I used the tower hair. All right, well, I guess we're not casting tower next time. Gotta play through normally. You feel the symptoms of the trembling sickness fading away. Now get away with you. Except it didn't. Two men in heavy robes. Greetings, brother. Do I just make some more money? Honestly, not sure that I want to be spending my time on this. What time I have left, I guess? It is midnight. We could just call it here. We'll head on over this way and try to avoid the buildings that are as dangerous. Oh no, let's go through here. Since this was like a decent place to sleep and had that weird... Move on through the grass. Had that weird event going on with it. You're finding nothing about the trembling sickness online? Wow. Disaster. Everybody else immediately like, no, I found it. Cast dock twice. Oh, really? How many blimberries do I need? Okay. I guess I should have tried casting dock twice. Back when I had, like, 4 blimberry potions. This is still a fine place to sleep, though. It's from the satyr. I talked to the lady and she didn't cure me. I have now talked to her 3 times and I remain, afflicted by trembling sickness. Okay, at least it's not the monk's habit. So discarding the monk's habit doesn't matter. See something? Not Genevieve? I think that was her name. Well, it is late. So, I guess we're done for the night. Feel like we accomplished some good stuff here. Coletus? Haven't met her. I guess there's a different lady that I'm supposed to talk to than the lady. Talk about the satyr. Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, should have slept next to the dead girl. My bad. Okay. Well, that is a thing I can maybe do next stream. But yeah, we're gonna call this here. Dock twice is worth it, but I don't have the Blimberry potions, so I can't. So I still want to check out this area. I have a sneaking suspicion that what is on this side is directly mirrored by what is on this side. Because it seems to be a very similar arrangement, although not perfect. But, like, there's the Tar Tower, which is countered by Pure. Or by Purr, rather. And this is the Purr Tower. We never went to these towers here, so I don't know whether they're the same, like, counter agents. But as I go deeper down this left side, we should be able to figure out if this side matches the spells that were cast here, then I'll know that, like, directly across from each other which ones are the counter agents, right? Like, we'll gain that information, so that'll be useful.